Chapter 1144. Everyone was dumbstruck. Rue Batong finally couldn't stand the series of "oh my gods" anymore. He carried in a huge bundle of firewood and threw it on the ground. Then, he went to the room and took out 2 barrels of oil. Using a long wooden stick, he lifted Zhuge Changchang's body into the barrel and placed him at the top. Then, he started a fire. The flames burned fiercely, bringing with them a strange pungent smell. Zhuge Changchang's body was actually still spasming and twisting in the fire. Even his legs were burned off and the bones on his upper body were still twisting and turning. Chu Lu hid in Chu Yang's arms, trembling all over. Mo Qingwu hid on the other side. The 2 little girls were like doves that had lost all their feathers in the snow, shivering. Everyone was speechless. They really didn't know what to say. The culprit had used it without even knowing. Now, everyone was actually not as frightened as the culprit. While the fire was crackling and burning, Wu Jueqing was prattling on and on. Who used the poison? Why did it burn? Bastard! Who told you to burn it? Who used the poison? Who? Everyone looked at Chu Lu speechlessly. Wu Jueqing followed everyone's gaze and saw a little girl with a pale face and tears in her eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. He said in disbelief, "Could it be? Cough, cough, cough." Chu Yang coughed dryly a few times and said, "It's like this. By chance, I obtained a book called Guide to the World's Poisons. Then, I saw that my little sister seemed to be extremely interested in using poisons. So, I threw the book to her and let her practice on her own. Later, Lord Z came and also promoted my little sister's cultivation a little. Cough, cough. It seems to be like this." Wu Jueqing's breathing quickened. He looked at Chu Luer with bulging eyes, making some noise in his throat. Guide to the world of poisons? Practice it for fun? Ha ha ha. Unable to control himself, this poison doctor rolled his eyes again and again. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly bit his tongue. Then, when he wanted to open his mouth to speak again, his face suddenly turned red, and in the next moment, he fainted. Lord Wu couldn't help but feel faint. He had spent his entire life studying the Heaven and Earth Poison Compendium, but he was still unable to use the most crucial poisons even though he was proficient in using them. It was one thing to think about it, but whether or not it could be used was the key. Now, this little girl had only followed a book to self-study, and she had actually managed to come up with it. Even if Lord Wu hadn't been injured, he would have fainted in such a situation, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Meng Chao ran hurriedly carried him back. Chu Yang followed them in and inspected him. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The poison doctor's bones, which had just begun to heal, were completely torn apart again. Chu Yang sighed. Although he understood Wu Jueqing's feelings, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After treating Wu Jueqing's injuries, Chu Yang was just about to go out when he saw Wu Jueqing open his eyes. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Wu Jueqing's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, he looked at Chu Yang and said quietly, "Wait for me." Then, he closed his eyes. Chu Yang was here. He sat down beside the table. Then, he witnessed an astonishing scene. A white cloud emerged from Wu Jueqing's body and started to circle around Wu Jueqing's body. With every circle, the white cloud shrank by the size of a fist. When it reached his thigh, the white cloud disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, a fresh wind blew, just like the morning breeze in spring. Fresh and natural, refreshing and refreshing. The morning breeze blew, but it didn't blow anything. It only blew on Wu Jueqing himself. And Wu Jueqing's body, like a piece of dead wood that had already decayed a little, suddenly started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dead muscles and skin started to recover just like that, regaining vitality. And his face also slowly became rosy. When the morning wind stopped, Chu Yang could clearly hear creaking sounds. It seemed to be coming from within Wu Jueqing's body, as if the bones were automatically returning to their original positions and healing. Wu Jueqing finally stopped. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. With a slight smile, he actually sat up from the bed. The next moment, he moved his arms and neck, moved his waist and legs, and tried to stand up from the bed. Then, he actually tried to walk a few steps. The more he walked, the smoother it became. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Watching this miracle happen in front of him, he only felt that his brain was already in a knot and he couldn't speak. At the current stage of Wu Jueqing's injuries, other than the complete version of the heavy pill, there was no other medicine in the world that could heal him. But now, a miracle appeared before his eyes. Wu Jueqing didn't even rely on any medicine, just a morning breeze and a cloud, and he recovered. What was going on? Do you think it's very magical? Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile. Yes, it's very magical. Chu Yang nodded. It's not magical. Wu Jueqing's eyes were filled with longing, affection, and emotion. He said, My ancestors are Chen Feng and Lu Yun. Back then, when I was deceived into becoming a tribulation, my ancestors had already left the heavens continent. The reason why I was able to survive until the last moment was that my ancestors had divined that I would face a great tribulation in this life, and each of them gave me 3 streams of vital energy. Chen Feng and Lu Yun's vital energy? Chu Yang asked in shock. Yes, I have my ancestors' vital energy in me. Therefore, although my physical body was destroyed back then, I was able to escape from the heaven-mending cave at the last moment with the vital energy. And, over a relatively long period of time, I gradually recovered my physical body. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly. That time, I used 2 gusts of morning breeze and 2 drifting clouds. If this vital energy only existed in my body and wasn't used, my ancestors wouldn't suffer any losses. But once I used it, my ancestors would be weakened and hurt to a certain extent. Therefore, unless I had no other choice, I didn't dare to use it, nor could I bear to use it. Today, this is the 3rd cloud and the 3rd morning breeze. Wu Jueqing stared at Chu Yang. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Chu Yang nodded. Due to my severe injuries this time, the ancestors' life force can only help me heal my injuries. As for my cultivation, perhaps it can only help me recover half of it. Wu Jueqing sensed himself for a moment and said solemnly, But I can't not use it, especially after discovering this little girl. He chuckled. Completely self-taught, she actually knew the guide to poisons of the world. And she could actually condense that kind of poison on her own. How could I let go of such a talent? He said solemnly, This poison is the biggest regret in my life. It's more important to me than my life. Chu Yang asked tentatively, Elder, what do you mean? Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He said, Let that girl in. Let me take a look. Chu Yang nodded. Okay. He got up and walked to the door. Lu'er, come in for a while. Chu Lu'er agreed and ran over quickly. After entering, she saw that Wu Jueqing had actually stood up. The little girl was also shocked. Her mouth opened wide and she exclaimed, Why are you standing up? Why I'm standing up is not important. What's important is you. Wu Jueqing smiled. Girl, come here. Let me take a look at you. Chu Lu'er looked at Chu Yang doubtfully. Chu Yang nodded encouragingly. Chu Lu'er walked over meekly. Girl, let me ask you, did you cultivate this guide to poisons of the world by yourself? Wu Jueqing asked kindly. Yes. Chu Lu'er nodded. Sometimes, Big Brother also helps me explain and ponder over it. But these few days, I've been reading, memorizing, and experimenting on my own. He helped you explain? Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and glanced at Chu Yang. He said disdainfully, What's the use of him helping you explain? He's someone who doesn't know anything. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Big Brother is the person I respect the most. Chu Lu'er's face darkened. Looking at this world-renowned poison doctor, she actually warned him. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Jueqing choked and coughed violently. He stared at the little girl, dumbfounded. The little girl's expression was resolute. Anyone who dares to insult my big brother has to apologize. Apologize? Wu Jueqing was confused. Do immortals have to apologize if they insult him? Chu Lu'er pursed her lips and said, So what if they're immortals? Even if they're higher than immortals, they have to apologize if they insult my big brother. Chu Lu'er said dispassionately, My poison can kill people now. In the future, it may not be impossible for it to kill immortals. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, As long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? Wu Jueqing was shocked. He stared at Chu Lu'er, dumbfounded. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, as long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? The shock that this sentence had on this poison doctor was unparalleled. He had never thought that his poison would be able to kill an immortal, not to mention using poison to massacre the world above the heavens. But this little girl's thoughts were actually so crazy. Just because someone insulted her big brother, she actually wanted to spread her poison over millions of miles? What the heck? I like this kind of character. The next moment, Wu Jueqing suddenly beamed with delight. He actually bent down toward Chu Yang. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I shouldn't have insulted you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Chu Yang was shocked. Looking at Wu Jueqing, who was bent over in front of him with his forehead almost touching the ground, his eyes widened. His eyebrows flew up to his forehead. He blurted out, "Fuck." Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that his first sincere apology in his life would only get such a word in return. Chapter 11:45. Why do you want to see my physique? Chu Lu'er asked. Why do you want to see my physique? Looking at Wu Jueqing in front of her, Chu Lu'er took 2 steps back instead, her face full of vigilance. Why does everyone want to see my physique now? Wu Jueqing was taken aback. I'm just looking, nothing else. Your big brother is right beside you. How can I harm you? Chu Lu'er snorted and said, That's hard to say. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Yang for help. Big brother. Chu Yang knew that this was probably a great opportunity for Chu Lu'er. This person in front of him was the author of the Guide to the World of Poison. This person's poison skills were absolutely at the acme of perfection. He said, Lu'er, Elder Wu is a senior expert. Besides, aren't there still many things you don't understand from the Guide to the World of Poison? This Elder Wu before you is the author of that book. Chu Lu'er tilted her head and said, All right, I'll let you see then. Her voice seemed to be giving Wu Jueqing a great gift. Wu Jueqing said excitedly, Good, good. Then, he reached out and placed his hand on Chu Lu'er's wrist. Then, he was taken aback. He blurted out, Innate spiritual body? His expression became serious. Then, as if he had sensed something, he was suddenly shocked again. Not only innate spiritual body, but also martial saint-level cultivation? At such a young age. Then, he shuddered violently. His finger flicked away from Chu Lu'er's wrist and he exclaimed, Oh, my God. Innate poison meridians, innate poison body, innate? Oh my God. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so. He could only hold it in and cough a few times. He had to remind this old man, You are the descendant of Chen Feng, one of the tribulations from tens of thousands of years ago, an expert who has surpassed supreme martial artists. Can you not be so alarmed? Take note of your status and poise. You must have poise. But Wu Jueqing had obviously already tossed poise and status out of the window. She stared at Chu Lu'er with trembling hands as she exclaimed, Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So that's how it is. I see. So there is actually such a person and such a body in this world. Oh, my God. Chu Lu'er widened her eyes and returned to Chu Yang's side in fear. She leaned on him and whispered, Big brother. Is this old man crazy? Cough, Lu'er. Your aptitude is too good. That's why he's shocked. Chu Yang coughed dryly and explained in a low voice, Lu'er, you should really be proud. To be able to shock the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing to this extent. I reckon you're the only one in history who can do that. Oh, Chu Lu'er replied and said, So my physique is still considered good. I've been tortured since I was born, and I've been tortured for more than 10 years. I've been running back and forth in hell every day. I can actually shock people to this extent. Chu Yang coughed and said, Yes, if you don't experience setbacks, how can you see the rainbow? To you, the pain is already a thing of the past. It has become a capital that will never be erased. And in front of you is a rainbow path that leads straight to the clouds. Hee hee. Chu Lu'er pursed her lips and laughed. Chu Yang, I have something to tell you. On the other side, Wu Jueqing shouted. What is it? Chu Yang actually knew what was going on, but he still pretended to be confused. Let your younger sister acknowledge me as her master. Wu Jueqing's eyes were shining. He grabbed Chu Yang's hand with one hand and gripped Chu Yang's shoulder with the other. Let this girl acknowledge me as her master. He used so much force that Chu Yang's shoulder actually made cracking sounds. What the heck? Let go of your hand first. My shoulder is going to break. Chu Yang was in so much pain that even his nose and eyes were wrinkled together. Oh. Wu Jueqing hurriedly let go of his hand, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulder and said exasperatedly, if you want to take in a disciple, you have to ask for the opinion of the person in question, right? What's with crushing my shoulder? Wu Jueqing snorted and said, who can't tell that this little girl listens to everything you say? If you say yes, she won't say no. If you say no, even if I'm a deity, she won't acknowledge me as her master. This poison doctor was really smart. He actually saw the crux of the matter so quickly. Chu Yang had no choice but to ask Chu Lu'er, what do you think? Chu Lu'er's expression was complicated. She said, I'll listen to Big Brother. Chu Yang thought for a while, still unable to make up his mind. To Chu Lu'er, Wu Jueqing could be said to be the most suitable master in the world. Even someone from the heavenly imperial court might not be more suitable than Wu Jueqing. But Chu Yang was still worried about Chu Lu'er's safety. His identity as the master of the tribulation sword had to be announced to the world eventually. When the time came, if Lu'er was by Wu Jueqing's side, would he hurt Chu Lu'er? What else are you troubled about? Wu Jueqing was a little anxious. He made threatening gestures and said, what's there to consider about such a good thing? Hurry up and let this little girl acknowledge me as her master. I'm the only one who truly knows her value. I'm also the only one who truly knows where she's heading in the future. Others can only see her free and natural physique. Innate free and natural physique is nothing. It was rare to see a disciple so suitable for him. Having a successor for his lifelong legacy was a great joy in his life. But this little girl was dawdling. Her mind was elsewhere. This was really the first time Wu Jueqing had encountered such a situation. With his status, if he shouted that he wanted to take in a disciple, even if he had to make people kneel and kowtow 108,000 miles away, the queue would be from the southeast all the way to the northwest. Why was it so worthless in the eyes of these two siblings? I can't accept her as my disciple, but I have a request, said Chu Yang. Request? Say it. Wu Jueqing was practically exasperated. I want to accept a disciple, and I actually have to agree to his request. What the heck? Is it so difficult to be a master nowadays? That's right. No matter when, no matter what happens, you cannot hurt Lu'er, said Chu Yang solemnly. Shut your fucking mouth. How can I hurt my disciple? Wu Jueqing blew his top and glared at him. What a bastard. This kind of worry is simply unreasonable. Chu Yang said calmly, I don't know if I'm a bastard or not, but I only want this one condition. No matter when, no matter what, you cannot hurt her. I agree. Wu Jueqing was so angry that he laughed instead. He said, she's my successor. Even if this girl were to poison me to death in the future, I would still close my eyes with a smile and say joyfully, the student has surpassed the master. Will that do? Chu Yang smiled. Thank you for your understanding, elder. When the time comes, please don't forget to say the student has surpassed the master. Wu Jueqing was exasperated. He said furiously, you really want me to be poisoned to death by my disciple? Chu Yang burst into laughter. He gave Chu Lu'er a look and said, Lu'er, aren't you going to greet your master? Chu Lu'er responded with an "oh" in confusion and looked at Wu Jueqing. However, she saw Wu Jueqing's hands shaking like rattle drums, his face flushed red with agitation. He said, acknowledging a master and accepting a disciple is a major event in one's life. How can it be done so hastily? We have to find a few witnesses and make it a little more grand. Chu Yang and Chu Lu'er were stunned. This master actually wanted to make it a little more grand under such circumstances, however. Wu Jueqing muttered to himself, now, let Moon Breeze be the witnesses first. It's not enough. With everyone as witnesses, it's barely enough. Let's establish the master-disciple relationship first. When I recover from my injuries, we'll hold a disciple acceptance ceremony and receive some congratulatory gifts. Damn it. If any big clan doesn't come to congratulate me or send gifts, I'll go and destroy them. Law enforcement officers have to come too. If any law enforcement officers don't send gifts, I'll destroy them too. Huh. Chu Yang was speechless. Nonsense. It's a major event in the heavens for me to accept a disciple. If no one comes to congratulate me, my disciple won't have any face either. Wu Jueqing glared. Chu Yang raised his hands in surrender. You're right. You're awesome. I'm convinced. The speechlessness in his heart was really indescribable. Moonbreeze was one of the top 5 in the heavens that one couldn't afford to offend. To be the witnesses for him accepting a disciple was actually a little not enough. He was just accepting a disciple, and he actually had to hold a ceremony, ordering the whole world to send gifts. Must he cause a sensation in the heavens? It looked like this descendant of Qin Feng was really a little strange. He was really domineering too, but from this, it could also be seen that Wu Jueqing really valued Chu Luer to the extreme. Wu Jueqing called out, Yu Ling Xue, Feng Yuro, Meng Chaoran and a few other juniors, come in, come in. I have something important to announce. After a short pause, Moonbreeze, Meng Chaoran, Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, Emo Lei Emo Qingwu and the others gathered together. Wu Jueqing instructed Dong Wushang and Rui Budong, go get a few chairs for everyone to sit down. Also, find some incense and candles. In any case, the more the better. The two of them went out in confusion. In no time, they came back with all the items. Everyone sat down and looked at Wu Jueqing, all of them confused. Wu Jueqing said, Chu Yang, you'll be the MC. Chu Yang almost spat out. Did he have to sit on the bench with his bear like this? Helpless, he could only force him to do something beyond his ability. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Chu Yang coughed and was about to prepare for his MC job when he heard Wu Jueqing say, Don't laugh. Sit up straight. How can you be like this at such a serious moment? Chu Yang almost choked to death. He turned to look and saw Wu Jueqing sitting right below, upright and still, his countenance solemn and his expression serious. Chu Yang cleared his throat again and said, I've gathered everyone here today because of an important matter. Wu Jueqing cut him off. It's a very important matter. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I've invited everyone here to be witnesses. Wu Jueqing cut him off. This is your honor. Chapter 1146. Wu Jueqing was stunned. I was just adding. Seeing Chu Yang's murderous gaze, he had no choice but to compromise. Go on then. I'll add on. Add on my foot. Can you shut up first? Chu Yang asked angrily. Can you not be so annoying? Wu Jueqing glared and cursed under his breath before he turned his head away. Chu Yang glared at him for a while before he turned to look at everyone. Cough, cough. It's like this. Today, Elder Wu Jueqing has taken a liking to my sister Chu Luer's physique and wants to take her in as a disciple. This is my sister's great fortune. It's also Elder Wu's fortune. Wu Jueqing dug his ears in displeasure and rolled his eyes at Chu Yang. This matter has been discussed and agreed upon by both parties. Of course, it's definitely a great fortune for my sister to become Elder Wu's disciple. Furthermore, Elder Wu Jueqing has promised to nurture my sister Chu Luer with all his might. He has also sworn to the ancestors that no matter when and no matter what, he will never hurt my sister. Wu Jueqing's eyes widened. He wanted to ask, when did I swear to the ancestors? However, Chu Yang pretended that he didn't see it and continued to talk non-stop. Today, all of you are here to witness this grand event of the heavens. A peerless expert, Poison Dr. Wu Jueqing, has finally accepted a disciple, and the disciple he has accepted is my sister, Chu Luer. After he finished speaking, Chu Yang swept his gaze across the room. Everyone was shocked by this news and didn't recover for a long time. Wu Jueqing sat there. Originally, he was very comfortable with Chu Yang's last few words, smiling with his eyes narrowed. But after a long while, he felt that something was wrong. Frowning, he said angrily, Why aren't you clapping? Clap, clap, clap. Rue Batong hurriedly clapped and cheered loudly. Good, good. Congratulations to Lu for becoming a disciple of a great master. Congratulations to Elder Wu for taking in a great disciple. Clap, clap, clap. Imole also hurriedly clapped. Everyone applauded at the same time. Rue Batong even pouted his lips and whistled, the sound lingering in the air. The atmosphere indeed became very lively. The Moonbreeze couple had already guessed it. They smiled and applauded. Cough, cough. Let's begin the ceremony. Elder Wu Jueqing, please take a seat. Chu Yang said solemnly. In fact, he was already laughing so hard in his heart that he was about to burst out laughing. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that someone like Wu Jueqing would actually care so much about a ceremony. What he didn't know, however, was that Wu Jueqing came from a big clan. Things like rituals and etiquette had long been ingrained in his bones and couldn't be abolished. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, when it came to the serious things in the depths of his memories, he would always do things the same way he did back then. Wu Jueqing coughed. He stood up solemnly and steadily and said, "All right." He strode forward, his expression solemn and his eyes even carrying a hint of reminiscence. There were even some nostalgia. Perhaps Chu Yang and the others would never be able to understand what Wu Jueqing was feeling at this moment, because at this moment, he recalled the time when his clan was still around and worshipped his ancestors. He recalled the time when he had wandered the martial world and met his own teacher who had imparted him the art of poison. At that time, the situation of the apprenticeship. As he thought about it, Wu Jueqing suddenly had a feeling of time going back. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. He recalled something his teacher had said, "Our sect, when cultivated to the extreme, is enough to move unhindered in the heavens and slaughter immortals and demons. It's a pity that with our aptitude, we can't reach that level. We can only cultivate the guide to the world of poison." The guide to the world of poison, as the name suggests, is only below the heavens and not above the heavens. He remembered asking back then, "Teacher, is there above the heavens?" At that time, his teacher had replied, "Above the heavens, there is." That is the poison scripture of the imperial court. That is the true first-grade poison technique. If one cultivates the poison scripture of the imperial court, just like the current heavenly continent, with just a wave of the hand, one can annihilate all three heavens. Where is the poison scripture of the imperial court? In the heavenly imperial court. Besides, with your aptitude, even if you find the poison scripture of the imperial court, it's useless, because you can't cultivate it. Then what kind of person can cultivate it? Innate poison meridians, innate poison body, and innate poison. As long as one of the three conditions is met, one can cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. With our aptitude, neither of us is suitable. If we force ourselves to cultivate it, we will be poisoned to death by the poison scripture of the imperial court. Since that's the case, how did teacher know about this? He remembered that when he asked this question, his teacher was silent for a long time before he said, "The founder of our sect is the supreme poison master of the heavenly imperial court. It was because of poison that he was crippled. He desperately escaped and came to the heavenly imperial court. That's how the guide to the world of poison came about. But even until his death, he couldn't forget his wish to return to the heavenly imperial court, because he only cultivated half of the poison scripture of the imperial court. After cultivating the other half, he would be able to run amok in the heavenly imperial court. What I'm going to tell you next is the location of the poison scripture of the imperial court. You must remember to pass it down from generation to generation. If you meet the successor of the innate poison meridians, you must tell him and nurture him to rush to the heavenly imperial court and cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. Revitalize the prestige of our sect. Our sect is called the Heaven Poison Mansion. Wu Jueqing felt bitter in his heart. Teacher, do you know that I've finally found this person today? Not only does he have innate poison, but he also has innate poison meridians and an innate poison body. I've finally found the successor of the Heaven Poison Mansion. I found the hope of the Heaven Poison Mansion. Wu Jueqing was in a trance. He only felt his knees hit something hard before he abruptly realized that he had already walked to the front of Gui's tall armchair. If he were to walk any further, the armchair would be knocked over by him. Everyone around him looked at him strangely. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath. Turning around, he lifted his robes and slowly sat down. Both his hands were placed properly on the two handles of the armchair. Today was the first day of the rise of the Heaven Poison Mansion. That was the rise of the heavenly imperial court. Who would know the solemnity of my heart? The second part of the apprenticeship ceremony is for the disciple to serve tea. Chu Yang, the MC, was really an amateur because he had never done it before. Even he himself had done it when he was still an infant. He had never seen how it was like for others to do it, much less have any memory of it. Chu Lu went forward and served him a cup of hot tea respectfully. A smile appeared on Wu Jueqing's face. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp. His expression turned strange at once. He almost spat it on Chu Yang, the MC's face. What kind of tea was this? This was obviously a big cup of vinegar. And there was salt. And mustard. Damn little girl. See how I'll train you in the future. Wu Jueqing smiled gently, a hint of annoyance flashing across his eyes. A cup of tea was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't swallow it down no matter what. After a long while, his Adam's apple finally moved. In the end, he still managed to swallow this special cup of apprenticeship tea. The next part is for the disciple to kowtow. 3 kowtows. Chu Yang announced loudly. The Moon Breeze couple twisted their thighs, trying their best not to laugh out loud. How could there be an apprenticeship ceremony like this? 3 kowtows just like that? Didn't they have to report to the sect's ancestors, then burn incense and pray, then show the token, then, finally, 3 kowtows to be considered an apprentice? This Chu Yang is really too simple. Wu Jueqing sat on top, taking in the strange expressions of the Moon Breeze couple. He coughed and said, "We're all children of the martial world. Why bother about whether the etiquette is right or not? Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough." Wu Jueqing's words didn't matter, but Chu Yang, who was acting as the MC, suddenly choked and coughed so hard that his face and neck turned red. He really didn't expect Wu Jueqing to be able to say such a funny thing. It was really too unexpected. Seeing that his disciple was kowtowing while Chu Yang was coughing nonstop at the side, Wu Jueqing almost died of anger. He tried his best to maintain the smile on his face and said kindly, "My beloved disciple, please rise." Only then did he really laugh. Sigh. He finally accepted this disciple. He helped Chu Luer up and kicked the still coughing Chu Yang. He said angrily, "It's done. What kind of MC are you?" Everyone burst into laughter. Only then did the atmosphere relax. Chu Yang hurriedly shouted again, "The ceremony is over." Everyone laughed and joked, and the sounds of celebration rang out continuously. Wu Jueqing smiled cheerfully and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Chu Yang suddenly had a clear feeling. Wu Jueqing seemed to have changed into a different person. It seemed that after experiencing this ceremony, he was somewhat enlightened, or let go of something. Let go of something? When no one was paying attention, Chu Yang leaned close to Wu Jueqing's ear and said, "Elder Wu, this ceremony seems to be very important to you?" Wu Jueqing was taken aback. He smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, life is a ceremony." Chu Yang was taken aback. As he mulled over this sentence, he suddenly felt a little emotional. Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu went to prepare the dishes. Everyone wanted to celebrate. Chu Le also wanted to help but was stopped by everyone. What a joke. Even if the dishes you make are the most delicious in the world, probably no one would dare to eat them. After seeing Zhuge Changchang's tragic state, if anyone still dared to eat Chu Le's dishes, how big of a nerve would that person have? Seeing everyone reject her unanimously, Chu Le felt a little wronged. Chu Yang leaned close to the little girl's ear and said, "Le, prepare a few dishes for me tonight. Our family surname Chu will celebrate for you." The little girl smiled through her tears and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek. She smiled like a flower. "Big brother is the best." Chu Yang laughed loudly. The dishes and wine were served. Mo Lei had become a culinary expert during this period of time. The dishes she made really looked, smelled, and tasted good. Everyone chatted as they ate. Chapter 1147. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Wu Jueqing's identity. This person was one of the tribulations back then. Tribulations and their master had always been a thorn in Chu Yang's heart. They were also an eternal mystery. The Dharma Supreme claimed to be one of the tribulations. Chu Yang believed him. He also believed what he said at the beginning. But later on, as the Dharma Supreme became more and more sinister, Chu Yang gradually became suspicious. In the end, even if he wanted to choose to believe, he didn't have a choice. Right now, Wu Jueqing was the best candidate. What he said would definitely be more credible than what the Dharma Supreme said. Chu Yang took advantage of the alcohol and said, Elder Wu's brothers back then must also be all-powerful heroes. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, My brothers may not necessarily be all-powerful heroes, but they truly loved and cared for me. We were sincere to each other, so we had nothing to fear. Chu Yang said, Oh? Can Elder Wu tell us the stories of your seniors so that we can also broaden our horizons? Wu Jueqing chuckled. He picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said, My brothers. Haha, those were my brothers. My brother is heroic and chivalrous, proud and awe-inspiring, indomitable, iron-blooded man. Every one of them was the best. How good is it? Dong Wushang interjected. Feng Yuro looked thoughtful. She said, Can Brother Wu tell us about back then? Back then? Back then? Wu Jueqing pursed his lips, a hint of haziness in his eyes. He drank 3 big bowls of wine in a row and said, Let's talk about myself. Firstly, I want to warn everyone. Secondly, my little disciple also needs to know what kind of person her master is. In front of so many people, I also want to be a witness for myself. Everyone stopped eating and listened to him attentively. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, Let's talk while eating. My story isn't very pleasant to listen to. It's fine if everyone has heard it. As he spoke, he raised his cup in invitation. But what interest did they have in eating and drinking at this moment? The story of tribulations. The first secret of the heavens. My temper wasn't like this in the past. Wu Jueqing's indifferent voice. I, Wu Jueqing, was born into an aristocratic family. Back then, my clan was also one of the big clans. In my generation, there were many heroes, countless geniuses. I'm just a man. Wu Jueqing let out a self-mocking laugh. To be honest, all of you may have noticed it as well. Even now, after several tens of thousands of years, I still carry with me a kind of manly mannerisms. I just want to live a carefree life. I don't want to get involved in the family's power struggle. Therefore, when my brothers were fighting for the position of the patriarch, I quietly slipped away and wandered the Jianghu. Several years have passed. Other than going home to visit my parents every year, I've basically been wandering outside. But my brothers still wouldn't let me off. They hired countless assassins to assassinate me. So, I fought like this. I fought whoever came. I know who sent them, but I didn't go home to settle the score with any of them. It was at that time that I met my teacher. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, I learned a lot of poison techniques. Later on, I felt sad staying in the upper 3 heavens. So, I went to the lower 3 heavens to travel. I met a person, a scholar. At that time, I was already a martial saint. But that person was only a martial grandmaster. But for some reason, we hit it off very well. We wandered the Jianghu together. I always showed that my cultivation was weaker than his, and he always took care of me. He protected me with his life several times. I was very touched and became sworn brothers with him. I was 1 year younger than him. I respected him as my big brother. Later on, my big brother and I wandered the Jianghu. His strength improved very quickly. Moreover, he had an inexhaustible supply of elixirs and miraculous medicines. More and more brothers appeared, and every one of them was very good. Then, in the upper 3 heavens, there were 10 of us brothers. When Wu Jueqing said this, Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were both stunned. They looked at each other. At that time, the brothers thought, why don't we kill our way up to the upper 3 heavens? Make a name for ourselves? At that time, my big brother's position in the clan was stable. I was the only threat left. He sent countless experts to the upper three heavens to kill me. Because of me, the brothers got injured one day and another tomorrow. For several months, there was at least one person getting injured every day. Because of me, Wu Jueqing's eyes were filled with anger. Until my third brother threw himself on me and blocked a sword for me. That sword pierced through his chest, and his blood dripped onto my mouth, telling me to get up quickly. The next day, my sworn brother, in order to protect me, had his dantian pierced by someone. He was then hung up, burned with raging flames, and tortured in every possible way. I suddenly couldn't take it anymore, and I swore to tear my clan's sworn brother into a million pieces. So, my brothers and I rushed to the upper three heavens together. After we wandered around, we made enemies everywhere. In the end, when everyone had reached the martial saint level, Big Brother said that he was actually the master of Tribulation's sword. It was his mission to unify the upper three heavens. So, we worked hard for this common goal. First, we quelled the opposing forces in my own clan. With my clan as the foundation, we conquered everywhere. When we all became supreme martial artists, when I was a 5th grade supreme martial artist, the upper three heavens was unified by us. A new great clan was also finally established. Our Wu clan naturally continued its glory for another 10,000 years. But at that time, Big Brother betrayed us and ruthlessly killed us. He used our souls to mend the heavens. Wu Jueqing laughed bitterly. At that time, I only felt that all my sincerity had been betrayed. All our past had been deceived. When we were together, we had sacrificed too much for each other. Every one of us was sincere. But my sworn big brother broke our hearts. Until our deaths, our brothers still couldn't believe it. I was lucky to escape. It took me a very long time to condense a physical body. I want to find Big Brother for revenge, but I couldn't find him. Then, I asked around and found out that the previous tribulations had all been used to mend the heavens. Wu Jueqing said indifferently, so, from then on, I wanted to go against the Master of Tribulation's sword. To avenge my brothers, I killed good people and bad people, just to see if that person helped the Master of Tribulation's sword. For this, I didn't hesitate to kill good people. Actually, that's all. Wu Jueqing smiled. Yes, the Master of Tribulation's sword and tribulations don't have any magical imaginations. They're all ordinary people, that's all. Yu Lingxue pondered and said, that big brother of yours, could he have some difficulties? Wu Jueqing was startled. He said, he didn't say. If he did, and if he really had difficulties, why would he need to kill us personally? It's not impossible that he slit his own throat. Between us brothers, we've gone through countless hardships and deaths. Every one of us has risked our lives countless times for our brothers. If there really were difficulties, brothers, why would we cherish death? Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue were silent. Chu Yang finally confirmed one thing. That was every Master of Tribulation's sword. Yes, maybe not all of them, but definitely most of them before unifying the upper three heavens were loyal and righteous. But after unifying, they immediately became ruthless and merciless. Immediately became sinister and ruthless. Immediately slaughtered their brothers. Moreover, every Master of Tribulation's sword mysteriously disappeared after unifying the upper three heavens. On this point, the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing didn't differ at all. But why exactly was this? No matter what, Chu Yang couldn't understand. Why would a loyal and righteous person change so quickly? For his brothers, he could block knives countless times, risk his life countless times, be tortured countless times. Those were definitely not family. But why would he betray them at the last moment, completely overturning his whole life in the blink of an eye? For a boat? If there wasn't a reason, Chu Yang wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He asked the sword spirit in the tribulation space. The sword spirit thought for a long time before he said, I don't have any memories of that period of time. Chu Yang pondered and said, it's indeed an unsolvable mystery. He turned and asked Wu Shang, but Ong, if one day I have difficulties and need to sacrifice your lives to save me, will you save me? Dong Wushang smiled lightly and said, Big brother, will you save me then? There's no need to ask such questions between us brothers. Rui Badong laughed and said, Me too. Chu Yang frowned and said, It's indeed an unsolvable mystery. He said this sentence twice. Even Wu Jueqing could tell that something was wrong. He asked, Why is it an unsolvable mystery? Before Chu Yang could say anything, Yu Lingxue sneered and said, A loyal and righteous person who spent his whole life completely changed in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a thing in this world? If there is, there must be a reason. It's just that we don't know the reason. Yu Lingxue was also a straightforward man. He straightforwardly raised his suspicions towards this question that everyone else had turned a blind eye to. Yu Lingxue was confident that if it were him, he would never change. Wu Jueqing frowned and said gloomily, Are you saying that I'm lying? Yu Lingxue sneered. I didn't say that. But you have been angry about this matter for tens of thousands of years. Have you ever thought about another matter? Will you betray your brothers? Wu Jueqing was furious. What kind of nonsense is this? How can I, Wu Jueqing, betray my brothers? Yu Lingxue said, Then, will the others who died with you betray their brothers? Wu Jueqing was even more furious. Bullshit. The friendship between us brothers is as clear as the sun and the moon. We went through fire and water together, through countless mountains of knives and seas of fire. They would never betray their brothers no matter what. If anyone would do so, I'd rather twist his head off and give it to you. Yu Lingxue sneered. Didn't your big brother go through fire and water together with you? Before your big brother betrayed you, did you dare to doubt him? Did you ever doubt him? Didn't you still trust him like you trust your other brothers? Before that, if someone told you that your big brother would kill you, would you believe it? Wu Jueqing was stunned. Chapter 1154. Chu Yang had always thought that he was righteous and upright at times, but he had to admit that he was probably the most shameless person in the world. But after hearing Lan Qingtian's words, Chu Yang was suddenly in awe of him. What was shamelessness? This was what it was. Damn it. When compared to Lan Qingtian, he was practically the humble, selfless, upright ruler. There was no way to compare at all. If my face is only the corner of a brick wall, then Lan Qingtian's face is the great wall of iron and steel. He first came to pay his respects and was very respectful. After confirming that the other party was injured, he immediately turned hostile. Moreover, he used his own granddaughter as an excuse to demand an explanation. Chu Yang recalled Wu Jueqing's reaction when he saw Chu Luer. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. Oh, my God. Yu Lingxue closed his eyes and asked, Meixian is dead? How did she die? Lan Qingtian flew into a rage. He said bitterly, Elder Yu, you can't be as shameless as you, can you? You first beat her until she sustained internal injuries, then stabbed her from the front to the back with a sword. In the end, you even poisoned her for fear that she wouldn't die. Tears welled up in Lan Qingtian's eyes. She's only a weak girl, and she was deeply in love with you. How can you be so heartless and not admit to it after doing such a vicious deed? He roared furiously. Today, even though I, Lan Qingtian, am far from being a match for the world-renowned Master Yu, I will still seek justice for my granddaughter. Heavens! Open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world. Even with Feng Yuro and Yu Lingshua's cultivation and self-restraint, they were so infuriated that they started to tremble. This bastard's ability to distort the truth had already reached a certain level. Heavens! Open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world. Suddenly, someone shouted into the sky in grief and indignation. His voice and tone were exactly the same as Lan Qingtian's. Even the voice was almost lifelike. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look, only to see Chu Yang thumping his chest and stamping his feet. He said in extreme grief and indignation, Heavens, too shameless. Simply too shameless. Lan Qingtian's expression darkened. Chu Yang, what do you mean? Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, Oh heavens, Chuan, many years ago, my clan had used a beauty trap to befriend Venerable Yu, making him feel apologetic towards us and using us. But how can my clan be manipulated by others? What a joke. Yes. So what if he helped us? Yes. So what if he took care of us? Yes. So what if he tolerated us? He shouted with all his might, he's stronger than us. Helping us should be helped us. If he can't see through our intentions, then he's an idiot. If he can't, he is him. To what does that have to do with me? Now that he's injured, how can I not vent my anger on such a great opportunity? He helped us, but I was so angry. Who asked him to help us? He was simply meddling in other people's business. After I kill him today, I will announce to the world that he is no match for me and has been killed by me. Therefore, we are stronger than him. Therefore, the rise of our family is all due to our own strength. Long are you as if he's alive. I'll feel guilty. But if he's dead, I'll only feel happy. Die, die, die. Our family is number one. Ah, Chu Yang said with tears and snot. Do you know that our clan has been criticized by others all these years? Hasn't our clan been relying on Moon Breeze all along? Do you know how upset I feel? Although we are indeed relying on them, you can't say it out loud. We've been wronged. Too aggrieved. Too depressing. Now, this moment has finally arrived. Moon Breeze, pay the price. Chu Yang righteously shouted, I want to seek justice for my granddaughter. Although she doesn't need it, this is my reason. With this reason, I'm upright and upright. I'm righteous. Although I'm a despicable and shameless jackal, I wear the face of a saint. You Lingxue, accept your fate. Waha! A burst of wild laughter. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lan Qingtian's lips twitched. He wasn't wrong at all. What Chu Yang said was exactly what he was thinking in his heart and couldn't say out loud. Now, it was all exposed. And he was even imitating his own accent. It was so perfect. Ha ha ha. This feels great. This feels great. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong slapped their thighs and laughed. This was too satisfying. Boss performance just now was really satisfying. One had to admit that against someone like Lan Qingtian, killing him with a single punch was letting him off too easily. If he was so disgusting, couldn't others do the same to him? Moon Breeze's identity couldn't disgust him, but Chu Yang had no qualms about doing so. I'll disgust you. So what? Even Wu Jueqing and Meng Chaoran laughed. Chu Yang's words exposed the mentality of a villain to the fullest. It was really satisfying. Moon Breeze was filled with anger and conflict at first, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but smile. In the distance, behind the crowd, some of the Zhuge clan members were smiling as well. They felt that these words really hit the nail on the head. One should use such disgusting methods to deal with disgusting people. You. Lan Qingtian finally came back to his senses and flew into a rage. What about me? I'm disgust you. Can't you tell? The clan that I'm talking about is worse than a beast is your Lan clan. Can't you tell? How is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Chu Yang explained kindly, afraid that the other party didn't understand. Lan Qingtian was furious. With a wave of his hand, he yelled, Take this little one down. Don't take his life. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Little one, I'll let you miss out on one of the 3,718 extreme punishments in the world. You can consider me as your son. Chu Yang flew into a rage. Bullshit. What do you mean you're my son? How did I give birth to a bastard like you? If you were my son, I would have fucking thrown you into the latrine when you were still in liquid form. You're slandering me. You're spreading rumors. You. Chu Yang put on an aggrieved look as if he was about to vomit blood. You. Hurry up and go back and ask your mother. Ask her if I'm your father. What the fuck? I've really never seen anyone slandering someone like you. You're fucking one of a kind. Waha. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were practically sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing as they laughed. Rue Batong shouted, Boss, he can't be a bastard child that you left behind many years ago, right? Dong Wushang rebuked him furiously. Shut up. Even if he is, we haven't done the blood test yet. It's irresponsible of you to say it now. Lan Qingtian started to tremble all over. His squarish face was pulled flat. Even his voice had changed. Take him down. Take him down. Hurry up and take him down. Two green-robed men stepped forward with their swords drawn. Chu Yang said furiously. You know that the Moon Breeze elders are injured and are here to take advantage of them, right? The two of them didn't say a word as they charged forward. Chu Yang kept retreating. I'm Lan Qingtian's father. How dare you kill me? How dare you kill me? You traitorous bastard. You really dare to fucking kill me. The two men's swords connected to form a screen of light. Their faces were livid as they continued to attack as if they didn't hear a thing. Chu Yang drew his sword as he took a step back. I'm fighting back. I'm really fighting back. The two of them sneered. Chu Yang's sword shook. Suddenly, with a swoosh, he shouted, Dog drowning sword. First move. Great water comes from the east. With a whoosh, it was as if huge waves had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They surged toward them fiercely, the waves white and endless. The two of them didn't expect Chu Yang's swordsmanship to be so impressive. The two of them were 8th-grade martial saints. Even when they joined forces against Chu Yang, they were actually suppressed by his sword. The two of them retreated. Chu Yang shouted, Dog drowning sword. Second move, dog drowning. With a shake of his sword, huge waves covered the masked men. Dog drowning sword. Third move, deep water-piercing dog drowning. Dog drowning. The waves surged. Sword chi shot out one after another from the sword. The shoulders and thighs of the two men were cut at the same time. Blood spurted out from their throats. Dog drowning sword. Fourth move, frozen dog drowning. Chu Yang stabbed his sword. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. In the direction that Chu Yang's sword was pointing at, the two men had already been frozen into ice sculptures, frozen in a strange posture. Their necks were stretched out, their tongues were stuck out, their eyes were bulging, their bodies were turned sideways, and their feet were raised, just like a dog peeing. The most impressive thing was that a dog's tail made of snow had actually been frozen on their buttocks, and two long dog ears made of snow had also been added to their heads. They were actually frozen just like that. Dog drowning sword completed. Chu Yang sheathed his sword. Everyone, please correct me. Lan Qingtian's expression was dark. You're quite capable. However, no matter how capable you are, you won't be able to escape death today. At this point, the Zhuge clan members also surrounded them under the lead of an elderly man in sackcloth. Everyone, let's attack together and kill these people as soon as possible. Long delays may bring trouble. Lan Qingtian said fiercely, but leave this Chu Yang to me. I want him alive. 30 to 40 people shouted and flew over at the same time. Right at this moment, Yu Lingshue's suddenly rose into the air. With a flash in the air, dozens of Yu Lingshue's shadows appeared and went up to the 30 to 40 experts who rushed over. He reached out his hands, and with a few cracking sounds, more than 30 people rolled back with their brains splattered everywhere. The ground was a mess of blood. Yu Lingshue's clothes were as white as snow. Floating in the air, he looked at Lan Qingtian impassively and said coldly, There's really no need for the Lan clan to exist anymore. Huh? Lan Qingtian was astounded as he stumbled back a couple of steps. Why you? Aren't you severely injured? Yu Lingxue floated in the air and smashed an expert who was about to escape into pieces with a palm strike. He shouted, Who dares to leave? Then, he said dispassionately, This is a trap. Lan Qingtian felt cold all over. Chapter 1155. Yu Lingxue heaved a heavy sigh and said, Lan clan, I'm really heartbroken. Lan Qingtian stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, he shuddered all over and laughed. You Zhuge clan scum, how is it? You've lost, right? Haha, I've already said that Elder Yu won't get hurt. How is it? Are you all dumbfounded? After laughing heartily, he turned to Yu Lingxue and said, Elder Yu is indeed safe and sound. I'm really relieved. This time, the Zhuge clan wanted to ambush you. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I rushed over with all my might and pretended to be polite. Now, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, I should have thought of it long ago. Elder is mighty. How can he be ambushed? They're really unworthy. The Zhuge clan people were also stunned at the sight. Upon hearing that, they couldn't help but curse. Lan Qingtian, are you still a human being? How can you be so shameless? Weren't you the one who initiated the pursuit this time? Don't you have any sense of shame for slandering us like this? Lan Qingtian sneered. Your Zhuge clan's conspiracy is destroying our relationship. What else do you have to say now? If I, Lan Qingtian, hadn't seen through your conspiracy, wouldn't I have been tricked to death by you this time? The Zhuge clan is indeed a clan of wisdom. I'm impressed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Lan Qingtian was really shameless to a certain extent. He could actually still say such things even at this stage. He was still cursing just now, but the moment he saw that Yu Lingshua's injuries weren't as serious as he had imagined, he actually changed his mind immediately. Chu Yang was even more impressed. He fully understood the saying, mouths are two pieces of skin. Whatever you say, it makes sense. The upper lip is heaven, the lower lip is earth. Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, I see. Qingtian, thank you for your kind intentions. Now, do something for me. Lan Qingtian said, please instruct me, Elder Yu. I'll do as you say. Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, go. Kill everyone from the Zhuge clan. I'll speak to you again after you've killed them all. Yes. Lan Qingtian was dumbfounded and had no choice but to agree. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Yu Lingxue was really vicious. Such a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. She really didn't know how Yu Lingshue's straightforward brain came up with this. As long as the two clans fought, both sides would definitely suffer. At that time, he would think of how to take advantage of the situation. How could he take advantage of her? Lan Qingtian's eyes darted around before he said, Senior Yu, this, what? Feng Yuro floated over from behind. She was 30 feet high in the air, but her speed was extremely slow. Everyone knew that for the same distance, you could either jump over or float over slowly. The difficulty of this was undoubtedly a world of difference. Lan Qingtian's eyes narrowed. He was finally certain Moon Breeze wasn't injured at all. With a loud roar, he shouted, Boys, let's kill these bastards from the Zhuge clan who are trying to sow discord. With a shout, everyone from the Lan family fought bravely to be the first. He pounced over like a wolf or a tiger. The Zhuge family's people were so angry that they were trembling all over. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. Go. Let's kill these despicable and shameless people from the Lan family first. The two sides were like two torrents facing each other, moving at the same time. Shouts rang out, swords and sabers flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, the fight was extremely intense. Lan Qingtian was also helpless. He had already offended Yu Lingxue by saying so much earlier. He also knew that this was Yu Lingxue urging the tiger to devour the wolf. But he still had to attack, because Yu Lingshue's killing intent had already been triggered. Even if the two clans didn't attack, Yu Lingxue would still kill. Only by listening to him and killing the Zhuge clan before begging Yu Lingxue for mercy would he have a chance of survival, and it was still very slim. But no matter what, this was his only chance. The fight between the two clans was extremely intense. Chu Yang and the others stood aside and watched, pointing and commenting. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, many people from each side had already died. Wu Jueqing said impatiently, Since your injuries have recovered, hurry up and kill everyone. What's there to see with this bunch of bastards fighting? Yu Lingxue smiled and said, I'm just venting my anger. Now that they're almost done fighting, it's time for us to make our move. The husband and wife let out a long laugh. Two long swords were unsheathed at the same time, and without warning, they launched a devastating attack on the fighting crowd. Chu Yang gave the order without the slightest bit of interest. The snow sleigh continued along the main road. Moon Breeze's injuries had already mostly recovered. There was no suspense at all in dealing with these people. The result would be the same whether he watched or not. It was just that in Chu Yang's heart, there was an additional killing intent toward the big clans. Lan Qingtian's screams came from behind. Elder Yu, why are you? The screams stopped abruptly. Chu Yang and the others had already gone a few miles before Moonbreeze finally caught up. His white robes were spotless. Chu Yang smiled. Done? Do you feel very carefree? Yu Lingxue laughed. Yes, I do feel rather carefree. Chu Yang smiled and said, You're going to be a Dharma Supreme in the future. It's fine to be honest and upright, but you have to be more careful in everything you do. Just like an imperial court, there are many loyal officials and good generals, but there are also many treacherous and despicable people. Knowing the means of the treacherous and despicable people doesn't necessarily make you a despicable person. After all, one must always be wary of others. Yu Lingxue nodded. I will remember what you said. Feng Yuro smiled sweetly. If Chu Yang had said this in the past, perhaps no one would have believed him or even scoffed at him. But when he said this now, the weight was different. Because he was the Tribulation Sword Master. Now that the Dharma Supreme had made it clear that he was an enemy, it would be strange if Chu Yang allowed him to continue living. Along the way, it was very peaceful. Moonbreeze didn't mention anything about Lan Meixian, and Chu Yang didn't want to ask too much about it. 3 days later, Feng Yuro finally said something, intentionally or otherwise. Chu Yang, Meixian, is your mother's teacher? This sentence made Chu Yang's heart tremble. Then is she dead or alive? Asked Chu Yang. She shouldn't be dead. I heard that Lan Qingtian saved her and got someone to escort her home. However, she suffered extremely serious injuries and was poisoned. I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long. Feng Yuro sighed. She used to be a very innocent and very cute girl. Chu Yang remained silent. Then, he said, everyone will change. Yu Lingxue kept listening at the side. At this moment, he heaved a long sigh. He didn't know why he was sighing either. Where are we going? Feng Yuro changed the topic. Back to the southeast first, to my home, said Chu Yang. Although the two of you have recovered more than half of your cultivation, your life source still hasn't recovered. However, his life force had not recovered, and Senior Wu Jueqing's injuries were also very serious. There must be a place to recuperate. My teacher's wife also needs a place to settle down. I'll only be at ease when the two of you have settled down there. Besides, with the two of you around and taking care of each other, nothing will go wrong. I won't have to worry about it. He smiled. I'll set off again from there to continue my path, to search for the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Yu Lingxue said, actually, you can leave now to search for the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. With the two of us escorting you, are you still worried? Chu Yang smiled warmly. I'm not worried, but I miss my mother. Chu Yang's voice was very calm, but Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro's hearts trembled for some reason. From this sentence, they could hear Chu Yang's affection for his family. I miss my mother, just because of such a reason. As the master of the Tribulation Sword, Chu Yang didn't even hesitate to postpone his search for the Tribulation Sword just to go home and take a look. Who could understand Yu's heart? Feng Yuro suddenly felt very envious of Chu Yang's mother, because she had such a son who was so concerned about her. Chu Yang silently took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and handed it to the two of them. This is spiritual spring water. It can stimulate the vitality of the human body. I don't know if it'll be useful for the two of you. At present, my spiritual spring water has already started to transform into the spring of life. When it reaches the level of the spring of life, it can solve the problem of your children. Feng Yuro's face flushed red, but she received it happily. Thank you, Chu Yang. Chu Yang said deeply, my mother gave me all her effort and was unhappy for decades. It's not easy to be a parent, but it's also a blessing. I understand your pain very well. I also hope that I can help you fulfill your wish sooner. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro nodded with serious expressions. After exiting the south and heading east, they received news that the entire Medicine Valley had been annihilated by an unknown force. The entire Medicine Valley was reduced to ashes. From then on, it completely disappeared from the Heaven-Tier continent. This news made everyone's hearts heavy. When they were about to reach the Black Blood Forest, Chu Yang took out a jade token left behind by Zixieqing and activated it. Instantly, a majestic aura was emitted from it. It was Zixieqing's aura. It was as if that figure in white was still following him, smiling sweetly, happy and angry at the same time. Chu Yang's heart felt a little sour. He wore the jade token on himself and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Every time this happened, Imo Qingwu would be very quiet. She would just accompany him quietly without saying a word. That pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak looked at Chu Yang with unusual concern. They finally reached the Black Blood Forest. Once they entered, everyone was shocked. Countless spirit beasts, including birds, lined up neatly on both sides of the road. From big to small, they were meticulously organized, without a single strand out of place. Cats and mice stood side by side. Wolves and rabbits stood side by side, not attacking each other. They were as respectful as guards of honor, leaving a wide path for everyone to walk on. Every spirit beast's eyes were filled with reverence. Oh my God, so cute. Seeing this situation, Imo Qingwu and Chu Lu almost fainted from excitement. Both girls liked obedient little animals. Now that they saw such a magnificent scene, they were simply overjoyed. They ran to the side of the road and touched this and that, their faces full of bliss and love. All the spirit beasts were very dissatisfied with such caresses. Damn, are you treating us as your pets? Writing about Lan Qingtian made me feel disgusted, so I'll just skip over it briefly. Today, I went to the hospital often because of my waist problem, so I'm familiar with the nurses. Every time I went, they waved and said, I'm here. Today, my wife accompanied me. After I arrived, before I could say anything, 3 or 4 nurses waved at me at the same time and said, you're here? My wife was very angry about this. She said that she would transfer me from the city hospital to the hospital tomorrow. Today, I made a call to ask about it and suddenly felt very sad. There didn't seem to be any young nurses in the hospital. I went to write my story with tears streaming down my face. Chapter 1156. Although the spirit beasts were unhappy, Zixieqing's coercion was still present, and none of them dared to resist. Chu Lu and Imo Qingwu even forcefully pulled out a majestic black blood mystic tiger each and rode on it. The 2 tall and big black blood tigers each weighed at least 250 kilograms. They were extremely burly. The 2 little girls rode on them and swaggered through the city. No, they swaggered through the Black Blood Forest. This journey was actually earth-shattering. All the roads in front of them were leveled. In the Black Blood Forest, all the people and spirit beasts stood respectfully on both sides. In front of them, there were still people clearing the way for them. It was only now that Chu Yang knew that the token that Zixieqing had given him was probably very extraordinary. He caught a man in black who lived in the Black Blood Forest all year round and smelled it. Only then did he know that this was the king's token of the Black Blood Forest. With this token, one could command the entire Black Blood Forest. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Zixieqing was still worried about him. She didn't say anything but still left such a powerful force for him. From the conversation, he found out that the people in the Black Blood Forest were already used to such a life because they lived in darkness all year round. If they went out rashly, their eyes might not be able to take it. Therefore, even if they had to go out to do something, they had to wear a blindfold. Moreover, they couldn't stay outside for more than 2 months each time. Otherwise, their eyes would be destroyed. Chu Yang knew what to do. He bid farewell to the people who came up to greet him and went all the way to the center of the Black Blood Forest. All the region masters were waiting here. Seeing that it was Chu Yang and not Zixieqing who came, although everyone was a little suspicious, Zixieqing's divine sense was not to be doubted. Chu Yang explained, Zixieqing went to the heavens beyond to do something and will be back soon. All the region masters agreed. With Zixieqing's ability, it was very possible for her to go to the heavens beyond to do something. She would definitely succeed. Finally, they walked out of the Black Blood Forest. Everyone rushed for a while. Then they started to ride on the snow sleigh. In this way, they continued their journey. With the help of the wind fox, spirit beasts pulled the sleigh. They traveled more than 2,000 miles a day, but from the Zhuge clan to the flat mountain ridge, they actually took almost 2 months. The weather here, compared to the south, it was a little colder. The accumulated snow had not melted yet. The group sat on the snow sleigh and arrived at the flat mountain ridge in no time. Chu Yang had just entered the flat mountain ridge when someone rushed back to report the news. Eldest young master is back. The Chu clan, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into jubilation. Yang Rulan quickly ran out. Chu Failing even tried to persuade her, as a mother, you should stay in your room and wait for your son to come and greet you. Why are you in such a hurry? Young Ruolin retorted. If you're not in a hurry, why did you run out here? Chu Failing said, as a father, I don't need to be so particular. Young Ruolin laughed coldly. I forgot. That's your sworn brother. Chu Failing immediately blushed. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. The two of them raised their heads and looked at each other, only to see a row of sleighs rolling in from the distance, extremely fast. It was Chu Yong, who she had been thinking about day and night. Young Ruolin was instantly filled with joy, but her eyes were filled with tears. Even her palms were trembling. Chu Failing wanted to say something to ease his wife's mood, but he realized that his voice was trembling. When they finally arrived, Chu Yong had already flown over. He hugged his mother. Mother. Young Ruolin hugged her son back. Her tears flowed like a spring. She said in a trembling voice, Yong, my good son, I missed you so much. Chu Failing came up with red eyes. He pretended to scold them. Look at you two. What's wrong with you? There are guests here. It's simply inappropriate. Don't cry. Don't cry. You can't tie your son to your side when he's grown up, right? Young Ruolin snorted and let go of her son. She looked at him carefully. You've become darker and thinner. Chu Yong smiled bitterly. Actually, he had definitely gained weight during this period of time. But in his mother's heart, her son must have suffered as long as he went out. Who are your other friends? Chu Failing asked Chu Yong. Chu Yong gave him a look and said, Let's go in and talk. Chu Failing immediately knew that there were important people here. He said solemnly, okay. At this moment, Chu Lu had already flown over like a swallow. She hugged Young Ruolin and said, Aunt, I've recovered. Young Ruolin was pleasantly surprised. You've recovered? Chu Lu nodded vigorously. I've really recovered. And I've also found my father this time. He came back with us. At this moment, Chu Faiyan walked down from the snow sleigh and called, Big brother, sister-in-law. Chu Failing and Young Ruolin were pleasantly surprised. Chu Failing went forward and grabbed his third brother's arm. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Everyone then walked into the Chu clan's courtyard. Imo Qingwu walked at the back. Her head was lowered, and her little face was almost stuffed into her chest. She was very shy. Oh my, I'm at elder brother Chu Yang's house. I'm going to see elder brother Chu Yang's parents soon. This ugly daughter-in-law, am finally going to see her in-laws. This is so embarrassing. What should I say? What should I say to make them like me? I'm so nervous. Chu Xiongqing and the others were already waiting in the hall. Chu Fian wasn't here. He was outside with the goods and hadn't returned yet. After dismissing the servants, Chu Yong started to introduce them. The first to be introduced was, of course, Wu Jueqing. This elder is Lu Er's new teacher. Old Master Chu stroked his beard and smiled. He said, Brother, you've worked hard. Lu Er is still young. I'll have to trouble you to teach her well. Chu Xiongqing was Chu Lu Er's grandfather. To him, calling Chu Lu Er's teacher in this way was already very polite. Wu Jueqing said lightly, It's my business to take in disciples. It has nothing to do with you. Also, don't call me brother, this form of address. It'll make me feel very weird. Chu Yong held back his laughter and said, Grandpa, this elder is one of the tribulations from 40,000 years ago. He's the successor of martial artist Chen Feng, the poison doctor Wu Jueqing. With a thud, old Master Chu Xiongqing fell from the armchair. He was dumbfounded. What did you say? I'm telling the truth. Chu Yong nodded affirmatively. Old Master Chu Xiongqing raised his head and looked at Wu Jueqing. In that instant, he suddenly felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. He said with a trembling voice, Elder San. Wu Jueqing shook his head. Sigh. You'd better call me brother. It's even more awkward. Old Master Chu made a couple of sounds and wiped the sweat off his face. My God, what has this grandson of mine been doing out there? He even managed to invite such a big shot whose name directly shook the world to the Chu clan. This is really too shocking for me. Luckily, I'm not injured or sick. If I had a heart attack or something, I'd have passed by today. Grandpa, from today onwards, Elder Wu will be staying in the Chu clan permanently. Chu Yong threw out an important sentence. Old Master Chu's hands and feet immediately trembled. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Chu Young almost laughed out loud. Introduce these two elders to Grandpa. Chu Young came in front of the Moonbreeze couple. Chu Xiongqing wiped his sweat and walked over with a smile. He thought to himself, Wu Jueqing should be a heavyweight. These two shouldn't be so scary anymore. Yu Lingxue was extremely polite. He smiled and bowed. I'm Yu Lingxue. This is my wife, Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro smiled and nodded. Old Master Chu hurriedly returned the greeting. Brother Yu, haha. Feng. Ah. Before he finished, he suddenly sat on the ground and his image was instantly destroyed. To Chu Xiongqing and most people in this continent, the Moonbreeze couple was much more famous than Wu Jueqing. After all, Wu Jueqing was from a long time ago and only existed in legends. There weren't many people who knew about Wu Jueqing now, but the Moonbreeze couple lived up to their name and shook the world. The legend of the Moonbreeze couple was legendary. In the heaven-level continent, they were very well known. Now, these two people were standing in front of him. How could Chu Xiongqing still maintain his composure? He panted heavily. Are you the Moonbreeze Supremacy? I'm sorry, Yu Lingxue said warmly. Old Master Chu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Grandfather, the Moonbreeze couple will also be staying in our house, Chu Young said in a timely manner. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Old Master Chu's head was already in a knot, and he almost couldn't think. He said almost mechanically. The successive shocks made Old Master Chu unable to react. And Chu Yang was about to continue the introduction. Hello, Grandfather. Emo Qingwu came out with a red face and bowed obediently. Her voice was a little trembling, and she only felt her whole body heating up. She didn't know what to say and felt a little dizzy. Hello. Old Master Chu Xiongqing smiled and looked at Emo Qingwu very lovingly. At the same time, he quickly calmed down his agitated mood. He thought to himself, this little girl called me grandfather the moment she came up. She shouldn't be a big shot, right? This is Emo Qingwu. Grandfather, you can call her Xiaowu. Chu Yang smiled. Yes, Xiaowu. What a cute name, Old Master Chu smiled. Xiaowu is the direct disciple of the two supreme martial artists, Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya. Chu Yang added a little mischievously. Hiss! Old Master Chu gasped and staggered. His mouth and eyes were crooked. Oh my God! I am dreaming. After shaking his head and confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly said, Aya, you are the younger brother of the two supreme martial artists? How can you call me grandfather? Old Master Chu was extremely terrified. Then, wouldn't that mean that he was a generation older than Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya? Damn. If this spread out, people would die, Old Master Chu said without thinking. I should call you Grandaunt. What? Emo Qingwu smiled with a red face. It's only right that I call you grandfather. Chu pursed her lips and said, Grandfather, just bear with it. This little girl is very ambitious. She wants to marry my big brother so much that she's crazy. I just received a piece of news. At the end of last month, on the 23rd or 24th, a brother left us forever. His name is the sadness of parting. Usually, we call him Little Wound. At the beginning of last month, we saw him cheering for the Proud World and encouraging us. The monthly votes he gave us are still in the Proud World's monthly votes record. But he has already left. My heart hurts. My brother is only 17 years old. He accidentally fell down from upstairs. When I received this news, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Human life is so fragile. I hope that the living will cherish it and the dead can rest in peace. I just want to say, brother, rest in peace. I typed a lot of words, but I still deleted them. I just want to say goodbye to my brother here. Let's not talk about anything else. I only wish my brother, bon voyage, rest in peace. Chapter 1157. When Chu Luer said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on this little girl in red who was as beautiful as a pearl. Well, actually, she couldn't be considered a little girl anymore. The current Emo Qingwu was a head taller than Chu Luer. She was slim and graceful and was already in the embryonic stage of a peerless beauty. The so-called half-form, well, meant that she had already grown up. It was just that she was still lacking some maturity. Yang Ruolin looked at Emo Qingwu and slowly opened her mouth wide. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at her son. Her gaze froze. She remembered what her son said when the two clans wanted to arrange a marriage for him. I have a lover. She is Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's brother. Young Rulin was on the verge of collapse. She thought how old Supremacy Ning's brother was. In young Rulin's imagination, she was at least 18 years old or 20 years old. I didn't expect her to be such a little girl. This made young Rulin's heart drop too big. Hello, Mother Chu. Imo Qingwu came over obediently and bowed. She tried her best to put on a calm and dignified demeanor to win the favor of her future mother-in-law. Ah, good, good, good. Young Rulin nodded stiffly with her mouth agape. Hello, Father Chu. Imo Qingwu looked at Chu Failing. Chu Failing's face was also contorted. Good, 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 good. After Chu Yang's introduction, everyone drank tea and chatted in the hall. Come out with me for a while. Young Rulin glared at him. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and followed her out. What's going on? When they came to a secluded place, young Rulin's face turned cold and she asked, What? What's going on? Chu Yang was shocked. That, Xiaowu, young Rulin said angrily. Nothing. Chu Yang said in shock, Mother, don't you think she's pretty? Not cute? Not pretty? Or, is there something you're not satisfied with? She's pretty. She's even cuter and prettier. I'm satisfied with everything, young Rulin said angrily. But isn't she a little too young? What's wrong with that? Chu Yang didn't think much of it. Isn't it normal to have a few years difference? Martial artists have long lifespans nowadays. Even couples with a few hundred years difference in age isn't rare in this world. What's wrong with that? He thought to himself, You can't stand this? After some time, I will find you a daughter-in-law who is a few thousand years older than me. Young Ruolan was speechless for a while. Then, the girl you said in the past, that you fell in love with her? Yes. Chu Yang was very proud. Young Ruolan looked at her strangely. How old is she? Chu Yang suddenly felt a little guilty. Cough, cough. I think I'm 13 years old. He thought to himself, I'll be 13 in half a year. Yes. In other words, when you fell in love with her, she was only 10 years old? Yang Ruolan's eyes shone brightly. Cough. Chu Yang touched his nose. It should be, right? And then you decided to live and die together? A vow of eternal love? Yang Ruolan looked at him. A few black lines gathered between her eyebrows. Cough. This. Chu Yang was extremely embarrassed. That, oh my. Isn't this very normal? Very normal? Yang Ruolan was speechless. No wonder her son was unwilling even when so many beauties were chasing after him. It turned out that this was the reason. Towards young girls, there was a kind of cough, 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 cough. Young Ruolan suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. Her son looked bright and handsome. How could he have such a despicable, what? He wasn't by his parents' side when he was young, which led to sigh. Young Ruolan sighed deeply in her heart. She pulled her son to sit down and began to teach him earnestly. Yang, by right, your father should be the one to tell you this. However, your father is clumsy with words. Then, look at young girls this. She said a lot of things at length. Chu Yang was puzzled at first. He couldn't make head or tail of it. Then, he panicked. Then, he became enlightened. Then, he became dazed like a duck that was struck by lightning. Minister Chu cried, but no tears came out. I. When did I have such symptoms? Young girls? Mentally unstable? Somewhat twisted? Perverted hobbies? Chu Yang looked at his mother, who was endlessly scolding him. His eyes were dull. Since young Ruolan had already started, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She continued to talk about the harm and reputation. The consequences. Chu Yang's eyes were dull. His head fell freely on the stone table in front of him. With a thud, a hole was smashed in the hard stone table. Young Ruolan was shocked. She hurriedly helped him up and comforted him. Actually, it's nothing. Don't be so depressed, boo-hoo. Minister Chu was really crying. Young Ruolan was flustered at once. I quite like this little girl. As long as she grows up. Yes, then we will keep it a secret. We will only know each other after we grow up. Who would dare to say otherwise? Chu Yang said with tears in his eyes, Mother, You are so wise. Young Ruolan clapped her hands and said, That's good. Let's do that. Suddenly, she remembered something. She was stunned and said, Terrible. I forgot to tell you something important. Chu Yang said listlessly, What is it? Yang Ruolan looked around and lowered her voice. She leaned close to his ear and said mysteriously, You have to promise me that you won't say that I told you this. Otherwise, the consequences will be very bad. His mother said seriously. Chu Yang immediately became serious. He said seriously, What is it? Yang Ruolan lowered her voice even more. When your father and I went to the lower three heavens to look for you, we met my junior sister. Do you know? My junior sister is the current emperor of the Iron Cloud Empire. I heard that you always thought that she was a man. So. Let me tell you. After that, my junior sister got pregnant. Little brat. I have a grandson. Do you understand? Chu Yang looked at Yang Ruolan with dull eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Ruolan said angrily, She is such a good girl. For you, she is willing to show her innocence. For you, she is willing to give birth to a child before marriage. For you, she is willing to, Chu Yang used his fingers to rub his temples. What a? Yang Ruolan said angrily, You should bring them up as soon as possible. My grandson is wandering outside. What is going on? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a man? Chu Yang agreed helplessly, But the heavens are sealed now. You should bring them up as soon as you can. My poor daughter-in-law and grandson. Yang Ruolan was in a daze for a while. She warned, Don't tell anyone that I said that. Understood. Go. Well, mother, if she comes, should she call you senior sister or Ming? Get lost? Bang. That night, the Chu clan held a big banquet. It was announced that the eldest grandson had returned, but the real reason was only known to the higher-ups of the Chu clan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone started to disperse. They stayed in a big courtyard specially arranged by the Chu clan. Chu Yang had not been home for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to have a good chat with his parents. After taking 2 steps, Imo Qingwu caught up with him softly. Wait, what's wrong? Chu Yang turned back. The little girl was unusually quiet today. Every word she said was graceful and elegant. She did not show her teeth when she smiled. She was very ladylike. But now, she was holding the corners of her skirt with both hands and running all the way. That. Mother Chu still likes me, right? Imo Qingwu looked up. She was very nervous and expectant. I like you very much. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Of course, if little Wu returns to her original lively and cute self, I will like you even more. Really? Imo Qingwu was in high spirits. She twisted her small waist and pouted coquettishly. Then, she hummed a little tune and left. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to turn around, a hand reached out and pulled him to a secluded place in the shadows. Chu Yang turned back. Yes, it was his father, Chu Feiling. I have something important to tell you. Chu Feiling's face was serious. What is it? Chu Yang was stunned. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Chu Feiling said seriously, remember? Chu Yang blinked. Well, you have a girl you like now and brought her back. Your mother and I are very pleased. Chu Feiling's face was serious. He seemed to have some misgivings. He said hesitantly, But there is something that I have been thinking about for a long time. You must know. What is it? Chu Yang blinked. Don't tell anyone that I told you. It's like this. That year, your mother and I went to the lower 3 heavens to look for you. We met your mother's junior sister, little Tian. Well, it turns out that she is. Chu Feiling lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Chu Yang's eyes widened. That's what happened. After Chu Feiling finished, he stroked his beard and smiled. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Yang nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Feiling was finally relieved. He turned around and was about to leave. He turned back and reminded Chu Yang, Don't tell anyone that I told you. Seeing his father's figure disappear into the shadows, Chu Yang held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. He said to himself as if he had a toothache, Oh my mother, oh my father, He really didn't expect that his parents would know about it. Moreover, each of them came to bombard him so mysteriously. Chu Yang felt that he was about to collapse. When he returned to the small courtyard, Yang Ruolin and Chu Fei Ling were already waiting there. Seeing him come in, both of them were very serious and very kind. "You're back? Well, tell me about it, huh?" The two of them were sanctimonious, but both of them looked as if they had done something wrong. This made Chu Yang secretly laugh in his heart. In the next few days, Chu Yang went to visit Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan, and the others respectively. Everyone had a joyous gathering, but both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan secretly warned Chu Yang, "Don't trust the law enforcement officers." Now, among the law enforcement officers, there was a faint voice. "Get rid of Chu Yang." Both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were extremely worried about this. Chapter 1158. Moreover, from Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang's words, the law enforcement headquarters were extremely dissatisfied with the Southeast law enforcement officers. The Southeast law enforcement officers were especially dissatisfied with the Flat Mountain Ridge branch. The two of them were very likely to be transferred back, and they already had the intention to do so. Moreover, the law enforcement master of the Southeast region, Han Xiaoran, would also be transferred back within a short period of time. Later, Sha Xinliang said to Chu Yang with a heavy heart, "Little brother, the Chu clan is still fine with the two of us here. Some time ago, the Shao clan came to find trouble with the Chu clan, but we sent them back in the name of law enforcement officers. But if we leave, Sai, please tell Old Master Chu that the Chu clan needs to be cautious in the future." After a meal, Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang both drank till they were dead drunk and passed out. Chu Yang sent the two of them back and sat in the law enforcement branch for a long time before returning to the Chu clan. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan weren't good people, but the words they said today and the sincerity they showed really warmed Chu Yang's heart and made him feel touched. As for the law enforcement officers changing people to deal with the Chu clan, or the Shao clan coming to find trouble with them, Chu Yang wasn't worried at all. With Wu Jueqing and Moon Breeze here, this place was already the world's biggest trap. Even if the Heavenly Master came personally, this place would also be impregnable. After returning home, Chu Yang lived peacefully for 1.5 months. The only strange thing was that the elder master of the Chu clan, Chu Xiaoxin, actually only came to say hello to the arrival of so many strong people, and then went back to his own courtyard to live in seclusion. This indifference made Chu Yang admire him endlessly. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Jueqing and Moon Breeze actually admired Chu Xiaoxin's indifference. Moreover, the three of them actually started to chat and walk around with Chu Xiaoxin frequently. Of course, what was even more unexpected to Chu Yang was that, as the three of them went over frequently, Chu Xiaoxin became annoyed. The three of them went over to drink Chu Xiaoxin's treasured tea. Finally, one day, Elder Master Chu fiercely drove Wu Jueqing out alive. Wu Jueqing was driven out, but not only did he not feel offended, he even laughed loudly and went over more frequently from then on. Chu Yang was confused about the interactions between these old fellows. Who would dare to drive Wu Jueqing out? In this world, even the big clans wouldn't dare to do so? Drive Wu Jueqing away? Fuck. If he was unhappy, he could raise his hand and turn everything within a radius of several hundred miles into a land of death. Who could bear such a consequence? But Chu Xiaoxin dared too. Not only did he dare, but he also chased him out while cursing and scolding. Furthermore, being chased away like this made Wu Jueqing even happier. He ran there 3 times a day even more diligently. Apart from teaching disciples, he stayed at Chu Xiaoxin's place and refused to leave. Regarding this, Chu Yang was puzzled. In the end, Chu Xiaoxin had no choice but to acquiesce. Sometimes, the two of them would sit opposite each other and drink tea. When Wu Jueqing went over, he didn't say a word. After drinking tea for half a day, he stood up and left. Chu Xiaoxin didn't send him off either. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not speak. Sometimes, when the Moon Breeze couple went, it was the same. Without saying a word, he drank his tea in silence. Chu Yang had a vague understanding of this situation, but he couldn't understand it. This is a kind of desolation. This place is truly outside the world. Wu Jueqing once said to the equally curious Chu Lu'er, I didn't expect Chu Xiaoxin to be a true outsider in the real boundless secular world. Sigh. All of you are still young and don't understand. You don't have to understand either. Chu Le, are related to Chu Yang, half understanding. Chu Yang stood there for a long time and didn't speak. Desolation was also a kind of concept, especially after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the kind of desolation that survivors felt when facing each other. They didn't know whether they were reminiscing or lamenting about it, right? 1.5 months later, Chu Yang finally decided to set off. This time, Chu Luer and Imo Qingwu both stayed at the Chu clan. Only Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rui Butong went out. Even Imo Layer stayed. Everyone was a little reluctant to leave, but the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jueqing's words made the final decision. If you don't go out and make a name for yourself when you are young, when will you? What can you achieve by indulging in love? If you stay in the flat mountain ridge like this for the rest of your life, sooner or later, your clan will be exterminated. Before leaving, the Moon Breeze couple brought Chu Yang to one side and specially instructed him. You really don't intend to have one of us accompany you? Feng Yuro looked at Chu Yang worriedly. You can be said to be irreconcilable with the big clans now. If they want to kill you, even if the big clans lose 400 to 500 supreme martial artists in one go, each clan will only have 50 supreme martial artists. Moreover, since they can send out so many supreme martial artists, there will definitely be a lot of people watching over the clan. After all, the foundation is always the most important. With your current cultivation, it's really not enough. But if we follow you, I'm afraid we really won't be able to grow. Chu Yang said seriously, if men don't sharpen themselves between life and death, they won't be able to achieve great things. Yu Lingxue was silent. If you really want to go out, then you must be prepared to escape at any time. And you must be very careful of a few people. Yu Lingxue was silent for a long time before he said this. What few people? Asked Chu Yang. The morning rain and evening sun do not regret the sword. Autumn and spring waves meet the wind. The heavens roar. Looking back, it's already late at night. Yu Lingxue recited a poem word by word. Chu Yang was surprised. Huh, there is a person's name here. This person is the son of tribulation back then. The person who single-handedly founded the big clans. Yu Lingxue said indifferently. Although they haven't appeared in the world for 10,000 years, once they appear. You've also had a taste of Zhuge Sangqiong's prowess, and Zhuge Sangqiong is the firmament of this clan. May I know who the other few people are? Asked Chu Yang. Xiao Qinyu of the Xiao clan, Ling Muyang of the Ling clan, Lan Buhui of the Long clan, Qiu of the Jia clan, Li Chuanbua of the Li clan, Qin Yingfeng of the Qin clan, Zhuge Sangqiong of the Zhuge clan, Shi Paoxiao of the Shi clan, and of course, the #1 expert of this clan is Yi Chongqin of the Yi clan. Yu Lingxue said, Come, I'll tell you about these people's habits, looks, habits, voices, and so on. Once you meet them, don't expose your identity. Run as far as you can immediately. Okay. Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rui Butong followed Yu Lingxue in. They listened attentively, remembering every word that Yu Lingxue said deeply in their minds. The first-generation ancestors of the big clans, the founders of the big clans. A few of them were people that even Yu Lingxue had to carefully introduce. After listening to the introduction, Chu Yang finally had some impression of them. He couldn't help but say rather gloomily, the second grandmasters are all dead, and the first grandmasters have appeared. After killing all of them, there won't be any more special grandmasters, right? Then there definitely won't be any special grandmasters coming out. Yu Lingxue's smile was very meaningful. However, it won't be easy for you to kill these people. It won't be easy at all. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. At least, before you're cut into 7 or 8 pieces, it will be very difficult. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He deeply felt that these days, whenever he chatted with Moonbreeze, he would start talking about schemes and whatnot. Now, the originally simple and honest Yu Lingxue had actually started to play tricks. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. After retreating, Rui Butong was very puzzled. Scratching his head, he said, Boss, do we have to cut you into 7 or 8 pieces first in order to kill those few old fellows? I really don't understand what you're saying. Does Boss also have the ability to be immortal and indestructible? Chu Yang kicked him and said angrily, I'm not a bird. Get lost. I'm not a bird either. Rue Budong was extremely aggrieved. He said angrily, which part of me looks like a bird? Dong Wushang said expressionlessly, you look like one in the crotch. Rue Budong was furious. You look like one in the crotch too. Chu Yang shouted angrily, what are you arguing about? All men look alike. Get lost. He turned to Dong Wushang and said bitterly, Wushang, you should let him lay or see if you look like one. Dong Wushang was dumbfounded. Boss you. I'll go back and prepare. Chu Yang shrugged and left. Rue Budong winked and poked Dong Wushang. What did Sister Lei say after she saw it? Dong Wushang said with a black face, your Sister Lei said, wow, you really look like an immortal and indestructible phoenix. Rue Budong flew into a rage. He let out a strange cry and punched and kicked at him. The two of them instantly got into a fight. Imole just happened to walk out and asked in surprise, what are you two doing? You feel uncomfortable if you don't fight for a day, right? Rue Budong shouted, Sister Lei this bastard said that he. Dong Wushang pounced on him furiously. Shut up. He waved his fists and beat him up. Rue Budong struggled to speak, but Dong Wushang desperately stopped him. Imole's face was full of doubts. That night, Dong Wushang was beaten up by Imole. Miss Imo was very angry and also very wronged. She gave him a good beating. When did I see it? 3 days later, Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rue Budong bade farewell to their relatives. The three of them set off from the main gate of the Chu clan and disappeared on the long road of the flat mountain ridge like a whirlwind. Boss, where are we going this time? Northwest. Northwest? How far? From here, 47,000 miles. It's so far. It'll definitely be fun on the way. Yes, you immortal bird, dying and coming back to life again and again. It'll definitely be fun. Wahahaha. The three of them rushed out of the flat mountain ridge. At this moment, it was already spring and flowers were blooming. The land was lush and green. As far as the eye could see, it was full of spring sunshine. The three of them were somewhat smug. Both Rue Budong and Dong Wushang were very excited. This time, it was the first time after 3 days that they would truly roam the martial world with their boss side by side, galloping in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang took the lead, Dong Wushang on the left and Rue Budong on the right. The three brothers' backs were ramrod straight, and their horses were like dragons. Dust billowed as they disappeared at the end of the road. Northwest, I'm coming. Wind thunder platform. The fifth fragment of the tribulation sword. I'm coming. Chapter 1159. They continued to travel day and night, and continued to cross mountains as if they were flying. The scenery along the way was no different from the last time Chu Yang went out to the southeast, but his state of mind was completely different. Last time, he was fearful and uneasy about his future position, but this time, he was full of ambition. After the medicine banquet, who didn't know Chu Yang in the world? The #1 pharmacist in the world. Chu Yang. Who didn't know Chu Yang in the big clans? Apart from the tribulation swordmaster, he was the most potential enemy. Along the way, Chu Yang and the other two talked and laughed and reminisced. It was here that Lu and I met Wei Wuyan. Chu Yang smiled, and there was an indescribable kind of reminiscence and longing in his smile. Here, Wei Wuyan fought with Wan Renjia and the other two. Here, I met Wan Renjia. Here, I saved Wei Wuyan, and also got the poisonous inner elixir of the human face rainbow spider. Here, I fought with the Shao clan. Here, I met Yu Lingxue for the first time, and he sealed 3,000 miles in ice. From here, I entered the Black Blood Forest. Crossing the Black Blood Forest again, Chu Yang's heart was sour. The jade token in his arms seemed to be emitting a scorching aura, warming him, but also reminding him. If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. The journey was very peaceful, so peaceful that the three of them couldn't get used to it. Since coming out from the flat mountain ridge, crossing the southeast, thousands of miles, and crossing the Black Blood Forest, they actually didn't encounter anything. They didn't even see any big spirit beasts. They just came here as if they were on a sightseeing tour. They couldn't help but feel a little bored. Just in front, the three big clans surrounded Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Wuliang and Lu'er. Big sister Z and I met here. Speaking up to this point, Chu Yang suddenly stopped. This was because he had discovered something. Along the way, he basically saw packs of wild wolves, and his memory reached this point. There should be the biggest pack of wild wolves, and the 7 masters of the Lan clan were fed to the wolves by him. But where was the wolf pack now? There wasn't even a single wolf here. Chu Yang was bewildered as he looked around. Rue Budong asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "Nothing much. I was just thinking that we encountered so many wolf packs along the way. Why are there no wolf packs here?" Rue Budong looked around and said, "That's true. The mountains here were high and the forests were dense. It was indeed a suitable place for wolves to roam about, but there were none. Haha, don't tell me they were all killed." "You're right," a gloomy voice said. "The wolves were all killed by someone. Furthermore, I was the one who killed them all." The 3 of them were startled. They saw a cloud of mist in front of them, and an old man in green robes appeared. This green-robed old man had a pale complexion and a slender body. His eyes flickered with light as he looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a chill in their hearts. This person's cultivation was extremely high. The 3 of them didn't notice him at all, but he had actually appeared out of nowhere. From this, it was clear that he was a Jizuan realm expert, and an advanced Jizuan realm expert at that. The green-robed old man's gaze swept across the 3 of them. Then, his gaze landed on Chu Yang's face. "Little doll, what did you say just now? You've seen the 3 super clans besieging Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Wuliang here?" The green-robed old man asked with his hands behind his back. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered something. 2 souls are connected, and 1 heart is united. Could it be that this old man was the one who used the secret technique on Lan Ruoyun? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, and an idea came to him.
Yes.
Chu Yang said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "I was walking from here at that time and happened to see the great battle. I didn't dare to show myself, so I secretly observed for a while. However, I only took 1 look and left immediately for fear of getting into trouble." The green-robed old man pondered for a while and actually didn't continue to ask. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Gu Duxing," Chu Yang said frankly. "May I know who you are?" "Gu Duxing." The green-robed old man smiled and said, "Gu Duxing, Martial Saint level at such a young age. Why haven't I heard of such a young hero in the upper 3 heavens? That's because you're ignorant." Rue Budong said, "My second brother Gu is one of the 3 influential figures in the upper 3 heavens. How can he be a nobody?" The green-robed old man rolled his eyes and said lightly, "So you're a talent of the upper 3 heavens?" Chu Yang said, "I don't dare to. My younger brother's words are rude. Please forgive him." The green-robed old man said casually, "If I get angry even over such things, I'll really be angry for a long time." He turned and asked Chu Yang, "Gu Duxing, there's a Gu clan in the upper 3 heavens? When did you come up to the upper 3 heavens?" Chu Yang said without blinking, "My Gu clan is also considered a famous clan in the upper 3 heavens. Her. 1 year ago, I followed the law enforcement officers up to the upper 3 heavens." The green-robed old man pondered for a while and said, "Then, you're from the law enforcement officers? I don't have such qualifications. However, my teacher is a law enforcement officer." Chu Yang answered very cautiously. "May I know who your teacher is?" asked the green-robed old man. Chu Yang looked hesitant and said, "This." The green-robed old man sneered. "You didn't just leave from here last time, right? Instead, you shouldered a mission?" Chu Yang was shocked. He took 3 steps back at once. "I don't really understand what you mean." The green-robed old man chuckled. Lang Yilong invited the 3 super clans to besiege Hong Wuliang, but he didn't send anyone himself. Her. You are that person?" Chu Yang's expression changed. "Please forgive me for not understanding what you mean." He bowed. "I'll take my leave now." But the 3 of them had just left when the green-robed old man's figure swayed again. He said, "Gu Duxing, you're Lang Yilong's younger brother." Chu Yang was shocked. "I don't understand. I still have something important to attend to. I'll pay you a visit in the future. The green-robed old man put on a fake smile. No matter how tight your mouth is, it's already useless. Chu Yang's face turned green and white. He said, I don't understand what you mean. The green-robed old man sneered. Lang Along was afraid that the 3 super clans would go against him in secret, so he sent someone here to investigate. The person he sent was naturally his favorite brother. Therefore, you definitely didn't leave after just taking a look. Instead, you watched from the beginning to the end. Chu Yang remained silent. There was a look of panic on his face. I only care about you. How did Lan Ruayun, 7th young Master Lan, die? The green-robed old man stared at him. I only want to ask you this. Answer me truthfully, and you may leave. Otherwise, even if Lang Yalong himself was here, he definitely wouldn't dare to move if I told him not to. Chu Yang said hurriedly, but I didn't see. That green-robed old man didn't wait for him to finish. Suddenly, he shouted, Lan Ruayun was killed by you. This shout was made with an incomparable amount of mental energy. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. He said hurriedly, Elder, 7th young Master Lan's death has nothing to do with me at all. It has nothing to do with me. He is. Ah. The green-robed old man laughed sinisterly. So you did see it. Then, he stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Speak. If you don't, die. Chu Yang's expression changed. He was clearly struggling internally. He said, I can speak, but I have 2 requests. The green-robed old man said indifferently, Speak. His heart was already extremely anxious. He was more than 1,000 years old, and he had an only son by accident. However, he died again. He followed the spiritual resentment to find him, but he didn't expect that he would find a pack of wolves. After killing all of the wolves, he found the pack of wolves. After killing all the wolves, he searched everywhere but didn't find any traces at all. Now, he finally saw a ray of hope. The first request, after I tell you, you must not make things difficult for us, said Chu Yang. Easy. You only need to tell me truthfully. Why would I make things difficult for you? The green-robed old man nodded. The second request, you must not reveal that I was the one who told you. Chu Yang said solemnly, the other party is very powerful. I definitely won't dare to provoke such an enemy. All right. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. You're right. My teacher is Enforcer Lang. The last time I came, I was indeed here to check on that. Progress. The green-robed old man revealed an expression that said, as expected, Continue. After reaching here, there was a huge battle. Hong Wuliang and his disciple escaped with serious injuries. Then, they escaped from the pass guarded by 7th young Master Lan. Chu Yang said, the other 2 people were extremely dissatisfied. It can't be. The green-robed old man frowned. The people from the Lan clan who came back then were several times more powerful than Hong Wuliang. They could actually break through from the Lan clan with serious injuries? Yes, because 7th young Master Lan coughed. Saw a beauty. Chu Yang said rather embarrassedly, she was indeed an outstanding beauty. The green-robed old man obviously knew his illegitimate son's temperament better than anyone else. He nodded. Where did such a beauty come from in the middle of the night? Chu Yang said, This? I really don't know. But I heard that Zhuge clan's young master Zhuge recently took in a new concubine. These 2 matters seem to be completely unrelated. However, murderous intent flashed across the green-robed old man's eyes. He said, Continue. Chu Yang said, at that time, the other 2 elders accused Duke Lan of neglecting his duty, but Duke Lan wasn't convinced. Moreover, he took the initiative to strike first. Young Master Zhuge seemed to be seriously injured, the green-robed old man thought. With Lan Ruiyun's character, it's not impossible for such a thing to happen. In fact, it's highly possible. Then, that Zhuge clan's young master tried his best to stop the conflict and apologized to 7th young Master Lan. Chu Yang frowned and said, Originally, things should have stopped at this point. At that time, I was rather far away. When I saw the 3 clans walking together and about to leave this place, I was about to go back and report. But I suddenly realized that the three clans who were originally walking side by side, the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan, suddenly joined forces to attack the Lan clan. This matter is really extremely strange. Chu Yang frowned and said, I still can't figure it out. It's rare for someone to be given the right once, and they're starting to spread rumors about me. When did I hug a teddy bear to sleep last night? It's really comical. I'm already so old. It's just that when I wake up, I'm still very hurt. I remember that before I went to sleep, I was still in first place. Now, I've become second place, and I'm 500 votes away from first place. I'm going to faint. So fast? Begging for votes. I'll continue to write. Second update. Third update. Chapter 1160. The elderly man in green snorted. Strange? What's so strange about that? Chu Yang didn't say anything. The elderly man in green said, in that case, the ones who killed Lan Ruoyan were from the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment before he replied, not entirely. Later on, Duke Lan was so severely injured that he couldn't move. An expert from the Zhuge clan who saw him seemed to have said something. Then, he went into the forest and caught a wolf. The elderly man in green's eyes were full of murderous intent. He shouted furiously, stop talking. Chu Yang immediately kept quiet out of fear. The elderly man in green's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking about. For a long time, he didn't move. Then, as if talking to himself, he said, Gu Duxing, when things get serious, are you willing to testify for me? Chu Yang was thinking about what to do next. When he heard him call him Gu Duxing, he almost didn't react. He said cautiously, please forgive me for not being able to make the decision. Everything depends on Master's wishes. The elderly man in green said dispassionately, of course. When the time comes, I will naturally go to the law enforcement headquarters and ask Lang Ilong to come out. Chu Yang said, if Master agrees to step in, I will naturally not shirk my duty. The elderly man in green smiled dispassionately and said, all right. Suddenly, he disappeared in front of the three of them. His voice came from the void. When the time comes, I will look for the both of you. Dong Wushang and Rue Butong cooperated without saying a word. When they saw that the elderly man in green had left, they wanted to ask something, but Chu Yang stopped them. The three of them continued on their journey in silence. They sped up the entire way until they were about 400 to 500 miles away on the main road. Only then did Chu Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, I don't really understand this matter. Rue Butong had been holding it in for a long time. Now that he could finally ask, he couldn't wait to talk about it. What's there to not understand? Chu Yang smiled dispassionately. This lie will be exposed very easily. That man doesn't have a disciple called Gu Duxing. The moment the two of them meet, the lie will be exposed. Rue Butong said, when the time comes, this person will come looking for you. That Langalong, who claims to be the chief clan master of the law enforcement interrogation hall, will also come looking for you. This doesn't really match your usual way of doing things, boss. It's good that it's exposed. Chu Yang smiled and said, what I'm afraid of is that the law enforcement master of the torture hall won't come looking for me. It's great that he came to find me. Dong Wushang and Rue Butong were extremely puzzled as they looked at him in bewilderment. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and made a face at the two of them. Chu Yang's heart was beating fast. He was thinking of a passage. The purple crystal hand can only be cultivated in a purple crystal mine with a high concentration of purple crystals. After successfully cultivating it, he would be able to maintain the power of the purple crystal hand. Once injured, or if the amethyst hand divine art suffers a destructive blow, the only way to truly recover is to return to the original place of cultivation. As for the third section of the Calamity Sword, it has a name called Purple Chi from the East. Only a place like this could hide for 10,000 years. In other words, it was a place where one could cultivate the amethyst hand. I'm more than 50% confident that I'll be able to find it. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. Lang Yilong was at the law enforcement headquarters. If he were to go to the headquarters with his current strength, he would undoubtedly be courting death. If he were to come out of seclusion to look for this Gu Duxing, under the pressure of this green-robed man, That would be the best outcome. Therefore, the moment Chu Yang saw this green-robed man, he had already decided on this strategy. Even though it was a little risky, and this lie could easily be exposed and there were many dangers involved, Chu Yang was willing to accept this risk. What he wanted was to be exposed. This green-robed old man was undoubtedly that Lan Ruiyun's real father. He was that old man who had made a cuckold out of his own grandchild. This time, even though he was half skeptical of Chu Yang's words, he would definitely go to the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan to ask. Once he did, this old man would definitely be even more confused. Therefore, his next step would definitely be to look for Lang Along. Once he looked for Lang Along, his lie would be exposed. Given this green-robed old man's capabilities, he obviously wouldn't be able to find this Gu Duxing of his from the incomparably vast heavens continent. It must be the law enforcement master of the law enforcement hall, Lang Yilong, who gave the order. This way, he would be able to gradually get closer to Lang Yilong. However, the prerequisite was that he had to go through countless bloody killings. However, how could there be no killings in the martial world? Chu Yang and the other two traveled thousands of miles, cutting diagonally from the southeast all the way to the northwest. On this day, they had already entered the Yi clan's territory. However, they could also clearly sense that the closer they got, the more tense the atmosphere became. The three of them didn't understand what was going on. They wanted to find someone to ask, but everyone was in a hurry. After a few more days, it seemed like everyone was scurrying back and forth with a portrait in their hands. Everyone had a look of indignation on their faces. When Dong Wushang saw that the town ahead wasn't very far away and that the population was gradually becoming denser, he finally couldn't take it anymore. With his saber on his back, he stood in the middle of the road like an iron tower and stopped three people with portraits in their hands. "The three of you, I have something to ask you." The three of them looked at him warily. "What is it?" Dong Wushang pointed at the portraits that the three of them were holding and asked, "What is this?" Seeing Dong Wushang's rude and unreasonable attitude, one of them said discontentedly, "Why should we tell you?" Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang had already grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. I'll tell you." That person immediately begged for mercy. This fellow was young, but he was actually lifted up without even being able to see him clearly. It looked like he was an expert. This is the portrait of the evil bandit Chu Yang. With a look of indignation, that person unfolded a portrait. Chu Yang was leaning sideways to listen. He was looking at the movements in the distance. His heart was moved when he heard these words. So, he immediately changed his appearance. The evil bandit Chu Yang? Dong Wushang flew into a rage. How did Chu Yang become an evil bandit? That person wasn't afraid at all this time. He said, "That evil bandit Chu Yang actually killed everyone in the Medicine Valley." What kind of highly respected seniors were the physicians of the Medicine Valley? They saved the world and cared for the people. Now, Chu Yang has actually lost his mind and killed them all. Such a bastard. Isn't he an evil bandit? Or what? Chu Yang killed everyone in the Medicine Valley? Dong Wushang and Rue Batong looked at each other. Even Chu Yang, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. When they opened the portrait, all three of them were stunned. On it was Chu Yang's portrait. Sharp brows and starry eyes. What a handsome young man. This portrait actually drew a 70 to 80% resemblance to Chu Yang's appearance. In particular, that calm and evil aura, simple and honest with an eccentric aura, was even more lifelike. The three of them were stunned. After the medicine banquet, Chu Yang received the title of the world's #1 physician. The Medicine Valley conferred him the title of the 7th High Priest with a lofty status. However, no one expected Chu Yang to harbor evil intentions. He came with a motive, his motive, to destroy the Medicine Valley. After Chu Yang followed the experts into the Medicine Valley, he made use of everyone's trust in him and poisoned the water source of the Medicine Valley. Then, one by one, he killed so many good people in the Medicine Valley. Every last one of them was slaughtered. And after he killed them, he even set a big fire and burned the entire Medicine Valley to the ground. Such behavior is truly deranged. Everyone has the right to punish him. After some understanding, Chu Yang and the other two finally understood the whole story. The Medicine Valley was suddenly destroyed a few months ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire heavenly layer. It was said that the law enforcement officers and the big clans didn't dare to be negligent and immediately launched a thorough investigation. After that, all the traces of the investigation indicated that the perpetrator was the newly promoted 7th High Priest of the Medicine Valley, the one who was recently elected as the world's #1 physician, Chu Yang. All the corpses in the Medicine Valley were confirmed except for Chu Yang's. From this point, they started to make breakthroughs and slowly dug to the bottom of the matter. Only then did they realize that Chu Yang was the real culprit. After that, after careful digging, they finally confirmed that this Chu Yang was actually an extraterrestrial demon. The so-called extraterrestrial demon was an extremely evil demonic organization. This demon was no different from a human, but it had always fed on human lives and increased its strength through eating humans. It was truly evil to the extreme. Hundreds of people went missing from the Medicine Valley. Those people must have been eaten by Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon. The extraterrestrial demon wandered outside the heavenly layer and had always wanted to occupy the heavenly layer and eat up all the people in the heavenly layer so that it would become a place for demons to breed. However, it was precisely because the law enforcement officers, the big clans, and the Medicine Valley stood firm and formed an unbreakable iron triangle that ensured the stability of the heavenly layer for more than 100,000 years. Now, the Medicine Valley, one of the Iron Triangle, was actually uprooted by the extraterrestrial demon using such a despicable method. From this, it could be seen that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demon was just around the corner. Therefore, the big clans and the law enforcement officers jointly issued a statement, summoned the whole world to search for Chu Yang. This was a matter of great importance. Everyone in the heavenly layer had the responsibility to kill Chu Yang and interrogate him about the whereabouts and plans of the extraterrestrial demon. They must eliminate this endless calamity for the heavenly layer continent. This matter was so serious that it was actually issued by the Dharma Supreme himself, which was extremely rare. Moreover, it was stamped with the Dharma Supreme's seal. It emphasized the authenticity of this matter. The Dharma Supreme seal was stamped on the law enforcement officer's search list. This was irrefutable evidence. It directly blocked any doubts about this matter. The Almighty Dharma Supreme had already confirmed the existence of this matter. What else do you have to say? You still have doubts about this matter? Could it be that the Dharma Supreme is inferior to you? Therefore, once the Dharma Supreme's search warrant was issued, the whole world was instantly in a state of panic and began to search for Chu Yang together against a common enemy. After hearing such a strange legend, Chu Yang and the other two were stunned. If they guessed correctly, the destruction of the Medicine Valley was definitely done by the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers. Who would have thought that such a huge pot of shit would actually be placed on Chu Yang's head? And it was done in such a solid manner. It was impossible to even defend himself. Did he have to defend himself in front of the whole world? Say that he was not an extraterrestrial demon? That there was no such thing as an extraterrestrial demon in this world? That all of this was a rumor made up by the Dharma Supreme? But who would believe it? When he saw the words of the Phoenix Dance Alliance master, his heart warmed. It was not the first time that Fengling had been misunderstood by others. Brother, you really don't have to clarify things for me. The more I say, the more mistakes I will make. I might as well not say anything. Here, I only wish you a safe journey. I would like to make a request to the Proud World brothers everywhere. We, the Proud World, need subscriptions. We, the Proud World, need a strong base of subscriptions to help us win every battle. We have been fighting alone for far too long. We have been fighting alone for far too long. Brothers, we need your help. Please have the ability of the World Pride brothers. Come to the net to join our World Pride team. Thank you. Chapter 1161. Would the people in the world believe Chu Yang? Or would they believe the Dharma Supreme? This was something that didn't need to be said at all. When the Dharma Supreme was at the heavens, he was supreme. That was unquestionable. Since the Dharma Supreme said that there were extraterrestrial demons, then there must be. You, Chu Yang, must be. You say no and it's not? Bring out the evidence. Even if you bring out the evidence, we won't believe you. Seeing that Chu Yang and the other two didn't make things difficult for them, the trio didn't dare to ask for the portraits and left quickly. Let the fun begin. Carrot, I really don't know what to say anymore. Rue Batong pulled at his hair, looking like he was about to break down. Fuck, such a ridiculous lie can actually be concocted and actually be believed by the whole world. This world is really crazy. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang were speechless. Extraterrestrial demons? What was that? This was no longer ridiculous. It was simply ridiculous. And it was ridiculous to a certain extent. Boss, this time, you are really in danger. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and said word by word. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but sighed first. This time, it wasn't normal danger, but danger at every step. This matter was extraordinarily serious. Once this announcement was made, the whole world had already become his enemy. This is ridiculous. Rue Batong said angrily. For more than 100,000 years, we have never heard of any extraterrestrial demons. Now that the Dharma Supreme says it, they actually believe it. How stupid are these people? Chu Yang said quietly, it's not that they are stupid, but that the Dharma Supreme's prestige is too high. He sighed and said, this move is really vicious. The people of the world are actually very easy to fool. The three of them looked at each other, helpless. This kind of situation was absolutely unexpected. Now, not only the big clans, but the whole world was Chu Yang's enemy. And there was a reason for this. Many of them were hot-blooded heroes. If Chu Yang's identity was recognized, it would be a tragic end. Once he fought back, it would definitely confirm the brutal reputation of the extraterrestrial demons. But if he didn't fight back, was he supposed to wait for death? Not good. Dong Wushang said, since they can do this, then they will definitely mobilize people to besiege the Chu clan in the southeast. I'm not worried about that side. Chu Yang frowned and said, with the Moon Breeze Elders and Wu Juetching there, no matter how many people go, it will be of no use. However, along the way, the three of us need to change our appearances. Let's avoid this storm first. I'm afraid that even a disguise won't help. Dong Wushang sighed, true enough. As the three of them walked forward, more and more people gathered around them. They were all talking about Chu Yang. There were more and more, and the information was getting more and more accurate. How Chu Yang gained the trust of the Medicine Valley, how he snuck into the Medicine Valley, how he poisoned them, how he killed them, how he ate them, and how he left. Everything was vividly portrayed. How to sneak into the continent. This should have been done a long, long time ago, when he came to the Chongtian continent. At that time, there was no one on the continent with the surname Chu. Thus, the Chu clan appeared. Chu Yang was actually the elder ancestor of the Chu clan, but because of the characteristics of the extraterrestrial demon that ate humans, he maintained his immortal appearance. This extraterrestrial demon had prepared for a long time before he finally chose the opportunity of the medicine banquet to sneak into the Medicine Valley. Moreover, the law enforcement officers began to reorganize themselves quickly and decisively. The law enforcement master of the Southeast region, Han Xiaoran, was a bad judge of character and recommended the extraterrestrial demon as a pharmacist. His participation in the medicine banquet led to this disaster. Although Han Xiaoran didn't know about it, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. He was transferred out of the Southeast region and demoted to an ordinary iron plate law enforcement officer. He was sent back to the headquarters for trial. Sha Xinliang and the rest of the law enforcement officers of the Flat Mountain Ridge had been derelict in their duties. All of them were transferred back to the headquarters for punishment. The person in charge of the Flat Mountain Ridge's auction hall, Qin Baoshan, the person in charge of the Blood Payers Hall, were all removed from their duties and sent back to the headquarters for trial. The henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang, including Dong Wushang, Rue Batong, and the rest, were all painted and wanted by the world. It was estimated that Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were also the incarnations of the extraterrestrial demon. Meng Chaoran was the teacher of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. He should be an extraterrestrial demon of the older generation and wanted to be punished by the world. Along the way, Chu Yang kept hearing such news. He was very anxious. It didn't matter to him. He wasn't even worried about his family. With the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jueqing around, even if the Dharma Supreme came personally, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, what happened to Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and the rest made Chu Yang furious. It's fine if you want to deal with me alone, but why do you want to implicate innocent people too? What should we do? After hearing about what happened to Han Xiaoran and the rest, the three stopped in a small town. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and asked. Chu Yang stood by the window and looked at the night sky outside. He didn't move for a long time. When I went to the law enforcement department, Brother Sha once said that they might be transferred. Now I know that he said that to comfort me, so that I wouldn't be worried. The real situation is, they're actually being interrogated. Chu Yang said coldly, Brother Sha and Brother Qin have both helped me a lot, and the Dharma Supreme hates me to the core now. If they're really taken back to the law enforcement headquarters to be interrogated, they'll really die. Even Han Xiaoran won't be able to escape death. So, we must take care of this matter, Chu Yang said heavily. However, this matter is definitely a trap, Rue Badong said seriously, which was rare for him. Boss, you shouldn't have thought that the law enforcement officers spread this news to lure you to intercept them and rescue them. Therefore, the people who are escorting them are definitely experts. Moreover, we didn't hide the news all the way out of the southeast. So, they must know that we're out, but no one intercepted us along the way. That meant that all of their arrangements were here. They're all on the way to escort Han Xiaoran and the rest. Firstly, we're too far away from the southeast. Moonbreeze couple can't provide support in time. Secondly, you can't go back and get reinforcements in time. Rue Badong analyzed. After all, we don't have the means of communication like the law enforcement officers and the big clans. So, we have to rely on ourselves to complete everything. And with the strength of the three of us, against those experts, it's really no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. It had to be said that Rue Budong's analysis was very logical and meticulous. This analysis made Chu Yang and Dong Wushang see him in a new light. How can I not know? Chu Yang sighed heavily. His eyes were resolute. Not only that, this conspiracy is linked together. Even if we annihilate the law enforcement officers and the big clans, we still have to face the pursuit of the whole world. It's extremely vicious. Chu Yang said quietly, but if it were you, would you save them? They've helped me a lot. No matter what, I have to save them. Even if I die, I, Chu Yang, have lived my life with a clear conscience. If I don't save them, I can't get over this in my heart first. Save them. We have to save them. But we have to consider how to save them. How to save them. Only then is it safe. Even if we save them, they're bound to be in the same situation as us. Enemies of the whole world. Difficult to move. What should we do in the future? Dong Wushang pondered. Everyone felt that this was an incomprehensible situation. No matter what, it was already a foregone conclusion. Even if they saved them, how could they change the mindset of the whole world? This was something that they were absolutely powerless to do. To change the mindset of the whole world, unless... Chu Yang murmured. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. His right hand grabbed deeply into the wall. Unless what? Dong Wushang and Rue Batong asked at the same time. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He sighed deeply. To change the mindset of the whole world, there was only one thing that could be done, and that was to expose his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone knew that the Tribulation Sword Master was the savior of the heavenly realm. Anyone could completely overturn or even destroy the heavenly realm, but not the Tribulation Sword Master, because the Tribulation Sword Master was born to save the world. No matter how much killing was done, the Tribulation Sword Master only had one goal. That was to nourish the heavens. And law enforcement officers had always been the Tribulation Sword Master's helpers. If Chu Yang's identity was exposed, even the Dharma Supreme would not be able to stand. So, once Chu Yang's identity was exposed, it was equivalent to giving the Dharma Supreme a tight slap. From then on, the Dharma Supreme's reputation would be ruined. And the various rumors about the extraterrestrial demon would also collapse on their own. But Could he expose his identity as the Tribulation Swordmaster now? Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This was undoubtedly a fool's dream. If he exposed his identity now, there would only be one outcome. He would immediately be killed by the law enforcement officers and people from the big clans. Although there would be many experts dealing with an extraterrestrial demon like Chu Yang now, the real big shots would definitely not make a move. But if the identity of the Tribulation Swordmaster was exposed, those big shots would definitely attack regardless of their identity. They would also kill Chu Yang. And now, Chu Yang had no power to fight back at all. The problem was that the Tribulation Swordmaster was immortal. So, if Chu Yang died, the rumors would naturally continue. The extraterrestrial demon actually dared to impersonate the Tribulation Swordmaster. In that case, except for a few people like Moonbreeze and a few others, everyone else would be killed by the crowd. And, no matter how strong Moonbreeze and Wu Jueqing were, they could not slaughter the whole heavenly realm. So, it was absolutely not advisable to expose his identity. But if he did not, he would be beaten everywhere. This matter had reached an awkward situation where there was no way forward and no way back. The situation now is that we are forced into a dead end. Advancing is a mountain of knives. Retreating is a sea of fire. Chu Yang said calmly, but there are some things that we must do. Tonight, attack the local branch of the law enforcement hall. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with cold and sharp light. I want to know the specific route and the correct route of the escorting of Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and the others. He straightened his back and said lightly, there are some things that have to be done no matter what, even if it's life and death, but there are some times in life where life and death are no longer important. This chapter will make up for yesterday. I will add another chapter tomorrow. I will ask for a few monthly tickets. Now is a turning point in the plot. It's quite troublesome. I will take a small notebook and lay on the bed to make a detailed outline. Chapter 1162. In the afternoon, a rumor spread in the inn. The value of Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon, had been made clear. Whoever could capture or kill Chu Yang could be killed or captured alive. They could obtain the status of a law enforcement officer, a generation friendship gold medal jointly awarded by the big clans, and 10 million purple crystals. They could obtain the right to choose any martial technique from the law enforcement officer's arsenal. Everyone else also had a clear price tag. Everyone in the Chu clan also had a value. The value was different. All the blood payers in the world were netted at the same time. All the martial artists in the world were netted at the same time. They said that as long as the medicine banquet was successful, they would give me the status of a law enforcement officer. I didn't expect that not only was it not given, but it has also become my bounty. Chu Yang was depressed. That's right, this is too unfair. Rue Badong was also extremely depressed. We are all extraterrestrial demons. Why do you have so much? While the two of us only get 2 million purple crystals, and we don't get any other benefits? That's right. Dong Wushang was also very unhappy. Even if we can't be the same as you, we still have to divide the rewards. I don't have any objections if my value is set at 2 million. But why can Rue Badong be on the same level as me? We have to reduce his value by at least another 500,000. Rue Batong was furious. I don't have any objections if your value is higher than mine, but my value can't be reduced. You can raise your own net worth by 500,000. Dong Wushang said angrily, if it's increased by 500,000, won't it become 250? Do you think I don't know how to count? The two of them instantly glared at each other, like fighting cocks. They actually had internal conflicts over the amount of reward that others put on them. Towards these two guys, Chu Yang directly ignored them. He was wholeheartedly planning for tonight's action. The current Chu Yang missed Mo Tianji very much. Now, he could only take one step at a time and make full use of his intelligence and wisdom. But he was powerless in the overall situation where everyone was his enemy. If Mo Tianji was here, Mo Tianji would first set the overall goal to turn the tables, and then push and act step by step until the end. You will realize that you have achieved your goal without anyone noticing. You have completely turned the situation around. Chu Yang sighed. He began to think with rapt attention. At present, he only had the strength of 3 people, but he wanted to attack the law enforcement division which was located in the hinterland of the continent. This difficulty could be said to be high. This was already the territory of the Yi clan. The law enforcement branch hall must be filled with experts and heavily guarded. Also, after the incident of the extraterrestrial devils, although the three of them had changed their appearances, anyone who was observant would know that they had arrived at this place. Therefore, the power of the law enforcement branch. They were definitely preparing to make a move at any moment. Wu Shang Butong, we will do this. Then, he drew a circle on the ground and stepped on it. One person in front, two behind, and so on. The eyes of the two lit up, and they gathered their heads together. They began to discuss. Chu Yang kept talking in a low voice, and the other two heads kept nodding. Yizhou Law Enforcement Branch. Recently, they had increased their strength by quite a lot. 2 first-grade supreme martial artists led 7 to 8 people here and passed down orders from the headquarters. They were stationed here as well. They were waiting for him to come and kill the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. And the original head of the branch, Nyo Dafa. He became an errand boy to pass down orders. However, Nyo Dafa was happy to do it. He was only a second-grade martial saint, and 2 supreme martial artists came to make him an errand boy. What an honor. Therefore, Nyo Dafa was very excited. These few days, he was very busy, shouting at the top of his lungs and sending his subordinates into a frenzy. Especially in the last 2 days, news from various sources indicated that the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang had already arrived in Yizhou. This made everyone even more vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing that it was already evening, Nyo Dafa stood at the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back, urging them to start eating. The supreme martial artists were all waiting. How could they delay? In an instant, the fragrance of wine and dishes wafted in the air. Delicacies were carried into the hall. The 2 supreme martial artists and their experts were all beaming with joy, and they made an exception to invite Nyo Dafa to eat together. Overjoyed, Nyo Dafa ran outside to wash his hands. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed the guard at the entrance shouting, "Who is it? Stop!" Nyo Dafa shuddered and turned to look. He saw an old man in a white robe at the entrance. His clothes were as white as snow, his hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he was imposing without being angry. With his hands behind his back, he walked over leisurely. He really had an indescribable elegance and calmness, and an indescribable indifference. Nyo Dafa couldn't help but frown. Why did an old man with a white beard come at this time? The old man walked up to them, and with his hands behind his back, he raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, "Is this the law enforcement hall?" Yes. The 4 martial kings guarding the hall were very depressed. Even if your eyesight is not good, just raise your head and look. The words Law Enforcement Hall of Yizhou are enough to dazzle your eyes. And you actually asked with your eyes wide open? The old man let out an indifferent "oh" and said arrogantly, "Who is the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Ask him to come out and see me." The guards looked at him suspiciously, muttering in their hearts, "This old man is really arrogant. He actually wants the hall master to come out and see him. May I know? Who are you, senior?" The 2 guards asked nervously. The old man in white smiled faintly and recited slowly, "This body is always outside the blue sky. This heart is always accompanied by the sun and moon. If you ask for my name and surname, I am the most handsome man in heaven and on earth." After reciting these 4 lines that did not make any sense but were full of bullshit, the white-clothed old man looked at the 2 confused guards and said, "Why aren't you going?" The 2 guards only felt that their heads were filled with paste. "Fuck, I still don't understand these 4 lines that you recited. How do I report this?" Nyo Dafa looked from afar, and increasingly felt that this old man was definitely an impressive figure. He walked over quickly, cupped his hands with a solemn expression, bowed, and said, "This brother, please." The old man in white rolled his eyes and shouted, "Stop! What did you call me? You actually dare to call me brother? You're really awesome." Nyo Dafa said in shock, "I am Nyo Dafa. Brother, you are. Your name is Nyo Dafa?" This time, it was the old man in white who couldn't remain calm. He stretched his neck and stared at him with his eyes almost popping out. Then, He realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly retracted his neck. He coughed twice, stroked his beard, and rolled his eyes, saying, "That, Nyo Dafa. Sigh, this name is really. Forget it. I can only do so. I say, Nyo Dafa." Nyo Dafa also finally understood that the other party was not satisfied with the way he addressed him. He said humbly, "Senior, please speak." That's more like it." The old man in white laughed. "Nyo Dafa, let me ask you, is the matter of the extraterrestrial demon true?" Nyo Dafa puffed out his chest. "Of course it's true. I dare to guarantee with my integrity. I guarantee with my life." The old man in white rolled his eyes. "What integrity do you have? Your life. How much is it worth? Do you have anyone with a higher status here? I seriously can't trust a slippery fellow like you." Nyo Dafa was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "I still don't understand Senior's identity." The white-robed old man stared at him with wide eyes. He stared at him and said in surprise, "You didn't understand? Are you still from this heaven continent? What does this have to do with whether I'm from this heaven continent or not?" Nyo Dafa cursed in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. "Senior, please enlighten me." The old man in white looked at him angrily and said, "I'll recite another poem. Listen carefully." As he spoke, he recited, "I'd rather see a knife at the edge of the world than meet the corner of the sea. The knife at the edge of the world can break, but the hatred at the corner of the sea can't be quenched." After he finished reciting, he looked at Nyo Dafa complacently and said, "Nyo Dafa, do you understand? Why aren't you trembling? Why aren't you worshipping?" Nyo Dafa was even more confused. He said, This. He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of such an earth-shattering figure in his memory or in the history of this heaven continent. Why didn't he have any impression at all? He thought hard. The other party was so strong, so he must have some backing. But where did he hear this name from? The old man in white was furious. He took a step forward and slapped Nyo Dafa across the face. Nyo Dafa only felt that he was seeing stars. He staggered and fell. He was actually hit with a somersault. The old man in white didn't want to let it go. He rushed forward and slapped Nyo Dafa relentlessly. He muttered, "Nyo Dafa, you're really fucking awesome. How dare you say that you've never heard of me? I'll let you be awesome." Nyo Dafa had the cultivation of a martial saint, but he couldn't fight back under this old man's slaps. He couldn't even react. The sound of the slap was loud and clear. The two guards were stunned by what they saw. Where did this old man come from? He actually dared to beat up the hall master in the law enforcement hall. "Stop!" There was a shout from the front. Two old men in black were standing on the steps of the hall with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were bright as they looked over. The old man in white continued to slap Nyo Dafa. "Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? If I don't beat this audacious bastard to death today, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. I'm so angry. I'm so angry." He was slapping others while saying that he was angry. A figure flashed and one of the old men in black floated over. He stretched out his hand and caught the old man in white's hand. He said lightly, "Sir, if you don't stop now, it won't be pleasant." The old man in white snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said, "Wow, the five of you seem to have some status. Who are you? Tell me your name." Chapter 1163. The elder in black looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I am the gold medal law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Interrogation Hall, Tian Yud, gold medal law enforcement officer." The white-robed elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, so awesome." Looking at his posture and tone, I thought it was the Dharma Supreme who came. His tone is so perverted. Then he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Tian Yud, do you know who I am?" Tian Yud said angrily, "I don't care who you are. Let him go first." He had always been in charge of the interrogation hall and was always the one who made others angry. When had anyone ever bullied him? Now, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The white-robed elder's face turned serious and he said coldly, "I am Ning Haijiao." He took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, "Have you heard of me?" "Ning Haijiao? Never heard of you. Tian Yud snorted and said disdainfully. The white-robed elder, Ning Haijiao, had a desolate look in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he sighed. In this world, the people of the martial world are so forgetful. They even forgot about me. It's really terrifying. Nameless person, you are courting death. Tian Yud's face was already black, and he was about to attack. Ning Haijiao said with emotion, back then, we were born from the same mother and roamed the martial world side by side. The world's edge saber and world's edge sword shocked the world. How glorious that was. But because of a moment of carelessness, we were plotted against and retreated from the martial world. Only a few years have passed, and no one knows about me anymore. Sigh. The sorrow of life is really lamentable. Tian Yud strode over and said with a sinister smile, the ends of the world? I will send you to the ends of the world right now. Wait. Behind him, another elder in black shouted loudly. Tian Yud said unhappily, Sun Jin, what's wrong with you? Why did you shout at me? Sun Jin ignored him and looked at the white-robed elder in shock and doubt. Your surname is Ning? The white-robed elder rolled his eyes and said, if my surname is not Ning, then should I follow your surname? These words were really impolite to the extreme. Sun Jin, however, broke out in a cold sweat. May I ask what is your relationship with Ning Tianya, Supreme Martial Artist Ning? As soon as the three words Ning Tianya came out, Tian Yud instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was flabbergasted and took 3 steps back. He looked at the white-robed old man in front of him in disbelief. Sigh. I originally didn't want to use my big brother's name to scare people. The white-robed old man, Ning Haijiao, sighed. Since all of you have recognized me, I might as well tell you that I'm Ning Haijiao, Ning Tianya's younger brother. Everyone was shocked and vomited at the same time. You're fucking not using your big brother's name to scare people. Look at how you're composing poems the moment you open your mouth. You're practically afraid that the world doesn't know about it. I really don't know how you're going to use your big brother's name to scare people. How preposterous. You say that you're Supreme Martial Artist Ning's younger brother. May I know what evidence you have? Sun Jin's voice already had some respect. Ning Haijiao raised his hand and threw out a jade pendant. He said, evidence. I originally didn't want to show it to all of you, but I've retired from the martial world and haven't meddled in the affairs of the world for a long time. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm a swindler, I have no choice but to lower my status. Sun Jin caught the jade pendant and saw that there was a Ning character in the middle of the jade pendant. At this time, the experts in the hall had already walked out one by one. They surrounded the hall and watched this scene in whispers. Ning Tianya's younger brother. With such a high status, he actually came to Yi province now, to this law enforcement branch. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Who dared to slight him? Everyone was very curious. Looking at this ordinary jade pendant in his palm, Sun Jin was somewhat baffled. Damn it, this jade pendant is made of inferior white crystal. Only a Ning character engraved on it can prove that you're Ning Tianya's younger brother? If that's the case, this old man can casually make 8 to 10,000 pieces. What? Ning Haijiao rolled his eyes. You can't see the mystery behind it? To think that both of you are supreme martial artists. You're practically 2 pig heads. If you don't use your internal energy to activate the jade pendant, how can you show the pressure of a supreme martial artist? Do you actually need this old man to teach you such a principle? Sigh. How did this world become like this? Not only do you not know how to respect your elders, all of you are still putting on airs, but all of you are actually idiots and full of shit for brains. Sun Jin was so infuriated by his scolding that he almost flew into a rage. But in the end, he still suppressed it. The white crystal contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense. With the simple material of the white crystal, it could actually contain a supreme martial artist's divine sense. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Only those powerful people could store a supreme martial artist's divine sense in a piece of white crystal. An ordinary supreme martial artist would probably explode the moment he inserted it. Therefore, when they heard that there was supreme martial artist Ning's divine sense in it, everyone was somewhat convinced at first. All of you, take a look. Come closer and see the secret behind it. This old man isn't bluffing you. Ning Haijiao hugged his arms and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Everyone also really wanted to see how this white cauldron contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense. Because this represented a supreme control, this was a genuine high-level supreme martial artist's technique. Once they were touched and comprehended a little, they would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one was in the mood to fuss over this old fellow's bossy attitude, and they all gathered over. Even Yodafa, who was slapped violently just now, didn't care about his old face and went over to watch with his eyes wide open. As for the slap just now, Chuanyo had already forgotten about it. In fact, he even felt honored. In this world, who had ever been slapped by Ning Tianya's younger brother? No one, right? It happened when one was old. Although it was a slap, but what a great honor this was. To think that I, Nodafa, would one day be related to supreme martial artist Ning's Ning clan. I, Nyodafa, am really awesome. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sunjin carefully placed the jade pendant in his palm and activated his essence energy. The jade pendant slowly emitted a sparkling and translucent white ghost, forming a halo of light. Everyone gasped in admiration. It was indeed a supreme martial artist's technique. At this level, the supreme martial artist's divine sense was actually not exposed. Everyone became even more curious as they stared with their mouths agape. Even if they were forced to kneel on the ground by the sudden appearance of the supreme martial artist's divine sense, that would still be a rare experience. Sun Jun's expression became even more solemn as he slowly increased the output of his essence energy. The next moment, bang! Without any warning, not only did the supreme martial artist's divine sense not appear on this ordinary white crystal jade pendant, it suddenly exploded. Everyone exclaimed in unison and were instantly dumbfounded. Pooh! A colorless and odorless gas was emitted from this white crystal pendant just like that. Everyone exclaimed and naturally had to open their mouths. They had already held their breaths for a long time just now. When they opened their mouths, they naturally had to breathe. This breath, almost everyone had a share. Most of this colorless and odorless gas was not wasted. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of it firmly. This colorless and odorless gas was really incredible. This was the innate poison that Miss Chu Lu had spent a lot of effort to come up with and give to her elder brother for self-defense. The amount of poison was huge, and the toxicity was fierce. Even if it was someone like Ning Tianya, if he suddenly inhaled it, he would only feel dizzy. Other than immediately running away to find a place to expel the poison, he would definitely not have any other thoughts. Not to mention these people now. What is this? Sun Jin was caught off guard and inhaled the most. His eyes were already seeing double, and he felt so dizzy that the world was spinning. He scolded with difficulty, what the hell are you doing? But he only heard that Ning Haijiao chuckling and saying, that's true, that's true. Fuck, this medicine is really useful. Then, there were a few thuds. Lord Ning Haijiao kicked each of these experts who had already been poisoned and were swaying. He scolded, how dare you doubt my identity? Fuck, I'm an extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong with pretending to be Ning Tianya's younger brother? Sun Jin and Tian Yud hadn't fainted yet. Upon hearing that, they could only complain. This time, we've really been cheated. It's actually the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang and the rest. They hated themselves immensely. How could they be so careless? At the entrance, two figures flew in. With a palm each, two guards who hadn't recovered from their shock were sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Then, Sun Jin heard one of them ask, but it's done? This Ning Haijiao's voice was very smug. Once I take action, how can it not be done? I'm Ning Tianya's younger brother. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting don't have outstanding achievements. Once they take action, everything will be subtly settled. Don't talk nonsense. Another steady and heavy voice said, which one is more important than your identity? Quickly knock them out and take them away. Sun Jin and Tian Yud's consciousness stopped at this point. They had completely fainted. Before they fainted, they were still thinking, it's over. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Could it be the extraterrestrial demon's unique poison? The three of them picked up Tianyud, Sunjin, and Yodafa as if they were flying and left in a flash. The last person walking was Burly. When he reached the entrance, he stopped and pulled out a big saber. With a sweep of his saber, he immediately returned the saber to its sheath and left as fast as he could. The saber light was like a waterfall. Once the saber was out, it immediately split into 7 or 8 saber auras. Like a gust of wind, it cut everyone in the courtyard who had already been poisoned into 2. Blood was dripping. With a flash, the three of them disappeared without a trace. By the time the experts from the law enforcement hall in the backyard rushed over, the scene had already ended. There were only corpses strewn all over the courtyard. Not a single living person could be seen. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of powerful enemy could actually kill so many experts in one move without a sound? At the inn where Chu Yang and the other two were staying. Chapter 1164. Rui Butong and Dong Wushang agreed and left confidently. To the two of them, it was a piece of cake for them to get the information they wanted from the interrogation. Moreover, the two of them had other thoughts. Let's see who can get the information out faster. Not only must they be fast, but they must also not make any sound. This required skills. On Chu Yang's side, there was still Nyodafa, who was still unconscious. Chu Yang did not participate in the interrogation. Instead, he supported his chin with one hand and frowned, thinking about where to start this rescue mission. What should he plan and what kind of crisis he might encounter? After a while, Dong Wushang came over slowly. There's news. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Huh. 3 days later, the team escorting Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and others will pass by Yi province. Dong Wushang's voice was very heavy, and he tried to be concise. There are 8 supreme martial artists accompanying them. Among them, 4 are first-grade supreme martial artists, 2 are second-grade supreme martial artists, 1 is third-grade supreme martial artist, and 1 is fifth-grade supreme martial artist. The remaining less than 30 people are all martial saints. Also, not only these forces on the surface, there are also experts protecting them secretly. But we don't know the exact number and cultivation. This escort is clearly a trap to deal with us. There's no doubt about it. Dong Wushang said, the day before yesterday, they got the news that we entered Yi province today. That's why they suddenly increased their speed. We rested for 3 days, and they rushed for 3 days. Now, they are still 3 days away from Yi province. 3 days away, Chu Yang said. Then, what happened here will not be hidden from them. They will definitely guess that we will take action. Dong Wushang nodded.
Yes.
Then, whether we take action in advance or delay it for a few days, it will all be within their expectations. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He said, after passing by Yi province, where should we go? After passing by Yi province. Then, we will go to Ling County and then pass by Stacked Rocks Mountain. After that, we will pass by Yuko, Long White Beach, Dianzhou, and Inner Law Enforcement City. Dong Wushang said concisely, this place is far from Law Enforcement City. It's not too far away. Chu Yang nodded. He looked up and pondered. Han Xiaoran and the others, a total of 22 people, all have their cultivations sealed. He might have even been tortured. However, I don't know the exact situation now, Dong Wushang added after thinking for a while. Chu Yang nodded again with a calm face. At this moment, Rui Butong walked in with a sullen face. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang both raised their heads to look at him. Rui Butong smiled embarrassedly and said, yeah, my luck is a little bad. I met a tough guy. I smashed him into pieces, but he didn't say anything. He's got balls. I lost. Chu Yang laughed. That's why I said that you're still inexperienced. Any martial artist who had reached this stage could basically face death with equanimity. Even if they were afraid of death, it was difficult for ordinary people to torture them to the point where they would rather die than live. Blindly torturing him is useless. Rui Butong said somewhat unwillingly. Then, Dong Wushang, have you gotten the answer? How did you do it? I asked. Dong Wushang said solemnly. I only went in to wake him up and tell him that we've captured 15 of them. And Nyo Dafa had already confessed, so I specially came to him to verify it. The first time I asked him if he would say anything, He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Then, I punched one of his eyes. The second time I asked him, I broke both of his legs. Then, I told him that there's no value in him not saying anything, so I'll kill him and ask the others. 15 people. I got the answer. If he didn't want his body and soul to be destroyed and want to enter the reincarnation cycle, he had to say it obediently. Sure enough, he said it on the third time. What the heck? So simple. Rue Batong was stunned. I even tore apart the one on my side. Chu Yang snorted. You must have told him that we've only captured 3 people. Rue Batong said, yes, I said it. I don't believe that I can't pry open one of your mouths. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were speechless. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows for a while and said, in the future, try not to let Rue Batong interfere in this kind of business. Dong Wushang agreed readily. Rue Budong's self-esteem was greatly hurt. He wanted to say something, but Chu Yang had already woken Yodafa up. He asked lightly, I heard that the law enforcement team escorting Han Shaoran will pass by Yi province 3 days later? Yodafa stared and didn't say a word. I heard that there are 8 supreme martial artists inside? 4 first grade, 2 second grade, 1 fifth grade, and 1 third grade? Chu Yang continued to ask. After asking 5 questions in a row, Yodafa finally said angrily, why are you still asking when you already know? Fuck. Who's the traitor? Pooh. Chu Yang nodded and gave him a look. Dong Wushang stood up and gave him a kick that knocked him out. Then, he carried him on his shoulder and jumped out with a whoosh. He went to destroy the corpse and the evidence. It had to be said that Dong Wushang was now very familiar with this line of work, to the extent that he was extremely familiar with it. Chu Yang sat on the chair and pondered deeply. He said lightly, if I'm the law enforcement officer, I'll definitely be on guard everywhere when I'm escorting someone here. So, a sneak attack is not feasible. We have to fight a tough battle. If I'm the escort, since I've already set up a trap, I'll definitely send someone to receive them when they're about to reach Yi province to confirm the news. And for this part of the journey, in order to be able to react as quickly as possible, one supreme martial artist should rush over at full speed when they're about 2 days away from Yi province to confirm the news. The rest of the people should rush over at their original speed. At the latest, they'll be able to return and exchange information with each other in 1 day. They'll have 1 day to prepare. So, their strength should be at its weakest on the 2nd day when they're about to reach here, which is tomorrow. Once they've passed Yi province, their strength will no longer be scattered, and the closer they get to law enforcement city, the greater the threat will be. Chu Yang frowned. Batong, give me the map. Rue Batong took the map and said, Boss, if we think this way, so will the enemy. So, they should all know that the journey to Yi province is the most dangerous. They'll definitely put in more effort to take precautions. If we, Chu Yang said lightly, it's precisely because of this that we have to take action during this period of time. He looked at the map inch by inch and finally, his fingers stopped at a place. Eagle Beak Cliff? Rue Batong raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Yes, Eagle Beak Cliff. This is the place where we're least likely to be attacked. The field of vision is wide. And even if we succeed, we won't be able to escape from their field of vision in a short period of time. Their vigilance may be lowered, but how are we going to escape? And bring so many people with us? Rue Batong asked, puzzled. Chu Yang said, I'm also considering this aspect. Dong Wushang walked in and said, Boss, this is a critical moment. I'm afraid we'll have to give up something. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Give up? Rue Batong and Dong Wushang also lowered their heads, especially Dong Wushang, who felt his face heat up. As a brother, he understood Chu Yang's feelings very well, but he still had to bring up this seemingly heartless suggestion, because the current situation was that they could successfully rescue the main target. It was already very difficult. Even the 3 of them had a certain chance of losing their lives in it. If they were to take care of all of them would definitely die. Chu Yang painfully considered for a while. He said decisively, there are 3 main targets now. Han Shaoran, Sha Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan. Depending on the situation, if we can rescue all of them, we'll take all of them with us. If we can't. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong lowered their heads sadly. Chu Yang finally gritted his teeth. If we can't, we'll snatch these 3 people and leave immediately. If we can't snatch these 3 people, then we'll just snatch one of them. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were as calm as ice. I have to emphasize one point. Protect yourselves first. Only when we're safe can we save them. If we have to sacrifice ourselves, that's the bravery of a fool. It's the stupidity of a fool. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong both nodded heavily. Let's start the operation now. Chu Yang stood up and said, Do the 2 of you have anything to prepare? What else do we need to prepare? The 2 of them smiled. The 3 of them looked at each other solemnly and then smiled at the same time. That pressure that had just formed was as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, it vanished into nothingness with the 3 brothers' smiles, with Chu Yang in front, Dong Wushang in the middle, and Rue Batong at the back. The 3 of them walked out of the room in a single file. They looked up. Stars dotted the sky, and the bright moon hung in the sky. Let's go. Chu Yang stood up. Instantly, he turned into a wisp of black smoke. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong followed him without saying a word. The 3 of them formed a line and ran in the dark night, facing the night wind. Their destination, their way of origin, Eagle Beak Cliff. 3 black shadows arrived here at midnight. There was only a lonely mountain here. The front part was hooked like an eagle's beak, and there was actually a concave hole in the middle. Other than that, there were endless plains on the 3 sides. The dense green grass swayed with the wind. It was a large grassland. There was a path in between the bushes, winding into the distance. On the other side of the mountain, there was a cliff that seemed to have been cut by a knife. It was straight from top to bottom, and there were some cavities. Looking at the terrain that he could see through at a glance, Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He finally decided on a plan of action. Once the battle starts, don't show yourself, Batong. Wushang and I will fight fiercely. Once we rescue someone, you will be in charge of covering the rear. Chu Yang's eyes shone, reflecting the starlight in the sky. At this moment, they were actually somewhat bright. No problem, Rue Batong said. I'm just worried about that 3rd-grade supreme martial artist and that 5th-grade supreme martial artist. How to deal with them? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said heavily, I'll deal with them. He turned his head. Wushang, you've advanced by 1 grade and become an 8th-grade Saber Saint. Do you have confidence in blocking 2 1st-grade supreme martial artists on your own? Dong Wushang's thick lips moved. He said briefly, I'm just trying my best to hold them back. Within 5 breaths, there's a 30% chance. If 7 breaths pass, there's a 100% chance that I'll die. Chu Yang looked into the distance and said, I only need the time of 2 breaths. Make up for the second update. Chapter 1165. The team was like a long dragon, trudging in the night. As the spring breeze blew past, the thick grass on both sides of the road made a whistling sound. Han Xiaoran walked in the middle of the team with a cold expression. Behind him were Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The 2 of them were not as relaxed as Han Xiaoran, because Han Xiaoran seemed to have received preferential treatment. There were no loose items on his body, but Sha Xinliang and the others were chained. The long chain started from Sha Xinliang and ended at the last person. There were 22 people chained together in a chain. The chain faintly emitted the color of starlight. Law Enforcement Master Han, I'm really sorry that you didn't know the right person this time and made friends with bandits by mistake. The one who spoke was a young man riding a horse. He was right next to Han Xiaoran. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to turn back and scold, Go faster, Sha Xinliang. Although you can't break free from this star chain, it won't hinder your journey too much. As for speed, don't put on a tortured look. Go faster. Sha Xinliang and the others snorted coldly and still refused to budge. Han Xiaoran said lightly, Chu Yang is definitely not an extraterrestrial demon. After he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. Not an extraterrestrial demon? That person laughed and said earnestly, Brother Han, the Dharma Supreme has already admitted that he's an extraterrestrial demon. Why are you still so stubborn? With your current attitude, I'm afraid that it'll be really difficult for you when you reach the law enforcement city. Han Xiaoran said, the Dharma Supreme didn't do well in this matter. If he wants to kill someone, Just kill him. Why does he have to give him the title of an extraterrestrial demon? How can he frame someone like that? That person laughed angrily. Han Xiaoran, I'll remind you for the last time. Every word you say now is a capital offense. Han Xiaoran smiled lightly. In order to deal with Chu Yang, he didn't hesitate to torture his own people. I recommended Chu Yang. Although I don't know what happened in the end, I'm sure that one of the Dharma Supreme's plans was foiled because of Chu Yang. Under such circumstances, it's understandable that the Dharma Supreme wants to vent his anger on me. That's why I knew I wouldn't be able to survive the moment you arrived. So, why can't I tell you the truth? That person frowned. You clearly know what you have to do to survive. Han Xiaoran shook his head. I'd rather die than betray my friends. Behind him, Sha Xinliang cheered loudly. Good. Law enforcement master, we also want to learn from you. Pa. Sha Xinliang was slapped hard on the face, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A person beside him scolded, You unrepentant death row prisoner. Colluding with the extraterrestrial demons is a crime even worse than death. Sha Xinliang was furious and shouted, You're the extraterrestrial demons. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons. Motherfucker, who doesn't know whether there are extraterrestrial demons or not? You know the methods of the law enforcement officers better than you do. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if you want to play righteous in front of me, screw that leg of yours. Qin Baoshan laughed loudly. Old Shah, you've finally spoken human words for once. I'm very happy to hear these words. The escorts were furious. Whips and rods were lashed down. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan scolded incessantly. Even though their skin and flesh were split open, they still scolded incessantly. The whole team was in an uproar, and the 10 or so people behind them were also in a mess. Some scolded, some struggled, and some cried and begged for mercy. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have colluded with that extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang with Sha Xinliang. I'm wrong. I'll definitely change my ways. Please give me a chance. Instantly, it was a mess. In the chaos, a dignified voice shouted angrily, What's the trouble? We're still on the road now. When we reach our destination, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Do you have to shout like this on the road? Han Xiaoran stood there with his arms folded and looked on coldly. He didn't stop them, nor did he scold them. Looking at his subordinates being humiliated and beaten up, his eyes revealed infinite sadness and disappointment. He smiled bitterly, and his voice revealed endless desolation. This is a law enforcement officer. This is our law enforcement officer. Ha ha, this is the law enforcement officer of the heavens, distorting the truth, fabricating things out of thin air, from top to bottom, jackals of the same tribe. After a commotion, the team started to move again. The Eagle Beak Cliff was in front. The escorts heaved a sigh of relief. The original resting place was the Eagle Beak Cliff. The view here was the broadest, and it was the hardest for the enemy to attack. Of course, it was the ideal resting place. Two figures left the team like a gust of wind and rushed towards the starry night of Yi Prefecture. The trap had been set, but the traces of the enemy were still vague. They had to confirm the information before making a decision. These two people were going to scout for information. The night wind whistled and got stronger. In the grass, Chu Yang looked at the escorting team coming over. His eyes were like ice and thunder. As expected, two supreme martial artists had already left this place. But the remaining strength was still extremely strong. It was far from what 3 people could succeed in fighting head-on. Sword Spirit, what level of power can you exert when you possess my body? Chu Yang asked in his mind. The Sword Spirit smiled, 3rd grade supreme martial artist. But it's definitely not a match for a 5th grade supreme martial artist. Only the 2 of them understood this sentence. With the sharpness of the Calamity Sword and the special power of a Sword Saint, Chu Yang could defeat enemies of a higher level. Similarly, the Sword Spirit could also defeat enemies of a higher level. But this kind of battle could only be fought by those below the level of Supreme Martial Artist. But at the level of Supreme Martial Artist, it was already very difficult for a 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist to defeat an enemy at the peak level of Supreme Martial Artist. Not to mention a 4th grade or 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. Hearing Sha Xinliang's angry scolding, Chu Yang's blood surged. These law enforcement officers were setting up camp. Although there weren't many of them, every one of them was extremely neat. In the blink of an eye, half of the camp was already set up. At this moment, a desolate aura suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over vigilantly at the same time. They saw a man in black appear quietly in front of them in the night sky, floating over. His arrival seemed to bring with it the desolation of ancient times. Even though it was just a shadow from afar, that sense of loneliness and desolation, that sense of loneliness and vicissitudes of thousands of years without a bosom friend, everyone immediately raised their vigilance. This person was very old, at least a few thousand years old. This was the first thought. This person's cultivation was very high, very high. This was the second thought. This person was very lonely. He should be a recluse. This was the third thought. In the team, a third-grade supreme martial artist and a fifth-grade supreme martial artist looked at each other and saw the same feeling in each other's eyes. They were both in dire straits. First and second-grade supreme martial artists had at most cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, they had been fighting and learning from each other all year round and had been traveling the world all year round to practice martial arts and handle affairs. It could be said that their days were very fulfilling. They didn't have any deeper understanding of this kind of loneliness and desolation. Only third-grade supreme martial artists and above could understand how this kind of loneliness and vicissitudes of life tormented people, how it made people dream of it in the middle of the night, how it made people sad and sad. Who didn't have friends and relatives? Who didn't have lovers? Who didn't have past memories engraved in their hearts? But now, where were his friends and relatives? Where were his lovers back then? Only the past was engraved in their hearts, turning into a soft sigh in the middle of the night together with the pledge of eternal love. Both of them sighed softly and stood up at the same time. In the next moment, the black-clothed man was already in front of him. He was dressed in black and had a thin figure. The wide black robe covering his body made him look like a huge bat, as if he would fly away at any time. His face was thin, and one couldn't tell how old he was. But his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like two bottomless pools, without any ripples. Where did you come from? The fifth-grade supreme martial artist, Tang Wufang, asked quietly. There was no anger in his voice. He was touched by the desolate aura of this man in black and resonated with him. Moreover, this man looked very different from the extraterrestrial demons in the intelligence report. His temperament was also completely different. Although he was alert, he couldn't help but think that this man might not be an enemy. The man in black sighed and said, "Traveling alone in the middle of the night is definitely not a coincidence. I must have come with a purpose." Tang Wufang smiled in agreement and said, "That's right. You must have come for us. But what is your purpose?" The man in black's voice was bleak and ethereal. He looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Just now, I faintly felt that there was someone who resonated with me. I think it must be you." Tang Wufang took a breath and said heavily, "The lonely world, the vicissitudes of life, the boundless secular world, is nothing more than a sigh." The man in black stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slowly. He said bleakly, "That's right. Life and death, right and wrong. The world and the heavens are all nothingness." Tang Wufang and the man in black sighed in unison. Tang Wufang asked, "May I know your name?" The man in black said sadly, "A long, long time ago, my name was Kongling. My surname is Jin, and the sword in my sword is Jin Kongling." Jin Kongling. Tang Wufang smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name." Jin Kongling shook his head indifferently. "I've been living in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years, facing only the heavens and earth, alone in the secular world. It'd be weird if you've heard of me." Jin Kongling. "Haha, only now do I understand that my name is really wonderful. Now, my sword is still here, and my whole world is only left with Jin Kongling." Tang Wufang was silent. Jin Kongling said, "You resonated with me just now. I think you also have a bitter past?" Tang Wufang smiled bitterly. "To be able to cultivate to our level, even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter." "This is very reasonable." Jin Kongling looked up and sighed. "Even if it's not bitter, It's still bitter. Ha ha ha. Good. What a good, even if it's not bitter. It's still bitter. Brother Jian, you must have come for something important? Tang Wufang asked after some consideration. I'm here for the extraterrestrial demon. Jian Kongling's eyes were empty. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Back then, my whole clan, including my teacher and grandmaster, all lived in seclusion at the end of the world, with the stars as their companions. But that time when I went out and came back 3 months later, I found that they had all mysteriously disappeared and died. There were only traces of blood, but no corpses. I've traveled all over the world and never met any enemy. Now that I heard the Dharma Supreme's letter mentioning the extraterrestrial demon, I suddenly realized. So, I've specially come to see if this extraterrestrial demon is the one who killed my teacher. In Tian wrote very seriously, and each word was written with great care. So, I want a few monthly tickets as a reward. Recommended 2 amazing books. Great God Huang Fuqi's new book, Divine Throne, and Great God He Changzai's new book, Official Luck, are on the shelves at the same time. Currently, the 2 of them are fighting for the new book list. They have already written 3 to 400,000 words. Everyone can go and take a look. If you think my recommended books are okay, you can support them by subscribing to them. Haha. New books are difficult. I need everyone's help. Chapter 1166. I see. Tang Wufang chuckled. He muttered in his heart, this extraterrestrial demon is only a means to deal with those people. I don't believe it at all. But looking at the situation, quite a number of people have really died. If this one in front of him suddenly recovered, wouldn't he be a great help? However, what he said was somewhat true. Jian Kongling stood there desolately and said, Are these all the henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon? Tang Wufang said, Yes, they're about to be escorted to the headquarters for trial. Jian Kongling gave an uninterested "Oh." A gust of night wind blew, and his black robe fluttered with a whoosh. He seemed to shiver a little and said, These people, can I take a look? Tang Wufang was a little troubled. Brother, these people are all serious criminals. Jian Kongling nodded in understanding and said, Yes, I appeared a little suddenly. I'm sorry. It's understandable that you don't trust me. He stood there in a daze for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, Since that's the case, we'll meet again in the future. When there's news about the extraterrestrial demon, I'll come again. Tang Wufang was speechless. The black-robed man Jian Kongling smiled indifferently and nodded slightly. Then, his body floated up, and with a whoosh, he was hundreds of feet away. In midair, he left a long, desolate sigh. He left in a hurry. It was obvious that he really didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing his figure become a little black dot and about to disappear from sight, Tang Wufang's eyes flickered. This person seems to be a real hermit. He's not an enemy, and he's indifferent and easy to fool. It's really a pity to let such a person go. Thinking of this, he raised his voice and said, Brother, please stay. Jian Kongling's figure had already disappeared. Only a sigh was heard. No need. Tang Wufang raised his voice and said, Brother, don't you want to know about the extraterrestrial demon? There was no reply from the other side. But Tang Wufang knew that after the other party heard this, he stopped. Although he didn't turn back, he was already tempted. Then he said, Brother, don't you want to confirm who killed your master? Don't you want to know who killed your clan? Are you an extraterrestrial demon? With a flash of a figure, Jian Kongling slowly approached from afar. When he arrived in front of Tang Wufang, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. You're an interesting person. You wouldn't let me see earlier, and now that I'm about to leave, you're in a hurry to call me. Tang Wufang chuckled. The Jianghu is strange now. It's hard to tell friend from foe. Please forgive me. Jian Kongling said bleakly. Has it reached such an unbelievable level? The Jianghu now. Sigh. Tang Wufang chuckled and said, however, in the end, we still have to believe what we should believe. Jian Kongling nodded deeply. I want to ask them. Tang Wufang said, Please go ahead, brother. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the escorts opened up a path. Jian Kongling put his hands behind his back. Everyone watched as his footsteps moved. They felt as if every step he took was a bitter and bloody tear. Every movement was filled with loneliness and desolation. Everyone couldn't help but feel pity for him. What kind of painful experience, what kind of loneliness could make a person's temperament so different from the rest? With his hands behind his back, he walked to Han Xiaoran and said, "You're the accomplice of the extraterrestrial demon?" Han Xiaoran said lightly, "Are there extraterrestrial demons in this world?" Jian Kongling smiled lightly. "Whether there are or not, we'll have to investigate thoroughly before we can make a conclusion." Han Xiaoran snorted. "But in the process of investigating thoroughly, how many lives do we have to kill?" Jian Kongling said lightly, "About this. It's okay. I've been wandering the Jianghu for 1,200 years. Speaking till here, he paused for a while and said, "Wandering the Jianghu, killing is inevitable. But I have my conscience book. Every time I kill someone, I record it in it. What crime did they commit and why they were killed? It's very clear. Even after killing someone, I still have to investigate. For 1,200 years, I haven't killed anyone wrongly." Han Xiaoran's eyes lit up as he looked at Jian Kongling. He said, "Really?" Jian Kongling smiled lightly. "My heart is at ease." Han Xiaoran breathed heavily, and his eyes flashed with a complicated light. He said, "I admire you. But with your character, you'll be at a disadvantage in this Jianghu. Why don't you go back impatiently and live in seclusion?" Jian Kongling smiled. "Where justice is, there's no need to talk about life and death." What they said just now was exactly what Han Xiaoran said when Chu Yang and Han Xiaoran met for the first time. Chu Yang was saying, "Don't be impulsive. When we take action later, don't resist. Cooperate with me." Han Xiaoran was definitely not stupid. Once he heard it, he knew that the person in front of him was none other than his little brother. The shock he felt at this moment was really unparalleled. He had been a law enforcement officer for 1,000 years, and he had many friends and old friends. But this time, when he was convicted, those people all pretended to be deaf and dumb. They didn't even dare to stand out and say a word of justice. But this little brother came here to save him regardless of his life and death. Comparing the two, Han Xiaoran only felt a surge of emotions. Tang Wufang naturally didn't understand the mystery behind this very ordinary sentence. He clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Brother Jian came for revenge, and you want to live in seclusion? Haha, law enforcement master Han. Is this how you persuade people to be afraid of death?" Jian Kongling smiled, turned around and said, "Brother Tang, these people's cultivations aren't sealed. If you're escorting them like this, won't it be big trouble if the extraterrestrial demons come?" Tang Wufang smiled and said, "It's okay. Keeping their cultivations is for the convenience of traveling. There's medicine in their bodies, and they have to take the antidote every 6 hours. Even if they manage to escape, they won't be able to escape the fate of dying from the poison." "I see," Jian Kongling said, "although it's a little inhumane. But it's indeed the most effective and best way." Tang Wufang and the others were a little disdainful. It seemed that this guy had become stupid from living in seclusion. He actually said that such a method was inhumane. But he was a righteous person, and this was good to make use of. If the gentleman doesn't listen, the gentleman can be bullied. Jian Kongling's black clothes fluttered. He walked to Sha Xinliang and said, "This Baldy is really bright. Baldy, let me ask you, what does that extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang look like?" Sha Xinliang spat a mouthful of saliva. He scolded, "Fuck you. You're the extraterrestrial demon. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons." Sha Xinliang was very straightforward. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive this time. Even if the Dharma Supreme was right in front of him, he also dared to spit at him. Since he was going to die anyway, what was there to be afraid of? Jian Kongling frowned and said, "You're really hopeless. You're so stubborn. Even if you have the heavenly liquid, it can't clear your head. The evidence is conclusive. You've been caught red-handed, and the evidence is irrefutable, yet you're still quibbling. This is really outrageous. If not for the fact that I don't like to use torture on people, I can easily make you hover between life and death with just one finger." Sha Xinliang roared, "Fuck. Heavenly jade liquid. Mediocre treatment of chronic diseases. These were the words that Chu Yang had said to Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The two of them were almost scared to death by his words. How could they forget it? At this point, if Sha Xinliang still didn't understand who the person in front of him was, he really didn't want to live anymore. Not only did he understand, Qin Baoshan also understood. So Sha Xinliang couldn't help but roar, "Fuck." These two short words were filled with infinite shock. But after roaring, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly added, "Fuck, if you're so capable, why don't you try torturing me? If I even frown, I'm not a real man." Jin Kongling frowned and said, "I'm just asking you about this, and I don't want to torture you." Sha Xinliang said, "That's because you don't dare to." Jin Kongling's eyes turned serious. Murderous intent surged all over his body. Suddenly, he snorted heavily, turned back and said, "Brother Tang, that extraterrestrial demon should come to save them, right?" How would Tang Wufang know that at this moment? Something that he had never dreamed of actually happened right under his nose. He smiled and said, "Yes, here. This is a trap. As long as they're willing to come to save them, I guarantee that they won't be able to leave." Jin Kongling looked around and smiled faintly. "These forces don't seem to be very strong." There was disdain in his voice. Tang Wufang said, "Don't worry, Brother Jin. We still have two fifth-grade experts hiding in the dark. This is a foolproof thing." Jin Kongling's eyes lit up. "So it's two sides. I'm impressed. Brother Tang, this baldy. I want to interrogate him." Tang Wufang understood and joked. "Brother Jin must have lived in seclusion for so many years, and no one has ever scolded you like this?" "Haha." Jin Kongling smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Tang is indeed my soulmate." Tang Wufang laughed loudly. He waved his hand generously and said, "Anyway, they're all going to die. Brother Jin can punish them however you want." Jin Kongling nodded reservedly. "I won't make things difficult for Brother Tang." He looked at Tang Wufang with a sincere gaze and said, "After this matter with the extraterrestrial demon is over, if I can fulfill my wish, I'll definitely be on good terms with Brother Tang. It's hard to find a soulmate in this world." Tang Wufang's eyes lit up and he said, "That's exactly what I'm looking for." Jin Kongling laughed and said, "Brother Tang, you're flattering me." Tang Wufang knew that he was going to attack and said, "I'd like to see Brother Jin's skills." Jin Kongling said deeply, "My surname is Jin, and my name is Jin. My best skill is to use the sword." As he said that, he stretched out his palm. With a clang, a long sword shining with cold light appeared in his hand. The night was like a cold wave in autumn, and an awe-inspiring aura instantly spread out. "Good sword." Tang Wufang praised loudly, intending to be on good terms with him. "This sword of mine is more than just good." Jin Kongling smiled conceitedly and said, "Brother Tang, please look over here." As he said that, he tilted his sword slightly, letting the starlight shine on one side of the sword. Tang Wufang looked down and muttered, this sword, is good for it." Jin Kongling smiled gently. Suddenly, he shook the long sword fiercely. The long sword was like a soaring dragon. With a flash of sword light, a human head flew up into the air. The head that flew up into the air belonged to Tang Wufang, who had just moved his neck closer to look at the divine sword. Recommended Wushan **SAO Tian Kuang Zun. There's a link on the page. It's already 1 million words. He's already very fat. Everyone, go and kill him. Chapter 1167. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. His eyes flashed and he murmured, "What a sharp sword aura! It's just a collision of aura, and it can actually damage my internal organs." And the sword aura was instantly destroyed by the full force of the 5th-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and almost lost consciousness in midair. Han Xiaoran, who was on his back, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this moment, his last bit of clarity allowed him to control the blood in his mouth and not spit it out. With a gulp, he swallowed the heavy pill. Immediately, the sword spirit's consciousness fell into a state of chaos. Although he was attacking with all his might now, he had not completely recovered to his peak state. After this collision, even his divine sense was severely injured. Chu Yang's body was tumbling down, and the power of the incomplete version of the heavy pill was rapidly repairing Chu Yang's body as he tumbled down. And the moment the sword spirit's consciousness withdrew, Chu Yang's own consciousness took control of his body. He tried hard to urge the medicinal power to flow through his limbs and bones. When he finally rolled and fell to the ground, he had already recovered. His toes touched the ground, and the sword tip emitted a bright rainbow. Once again, he became one with the sword and flashed across the night sky like a meteor. Flying. Behind him, the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists exclaimed in surprise at the same time. In their eyes, Chu Yang's body had obviously lost consciousness and strength. All his cultivation was completely scattered by this earth-shattering palm. He rolled and fell completely uncontrollably. Once he fell to the ground, he would definitely be unconscious. On this point, the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists were both veterans of hundreds of battles and had seen countless of such situations. But they did not expect that this person, who was falling like a withered, would actually bounce up the moment he fell to the ground. With a speed that was definitely not inferior to his previous speed, he even activated the extremely energy-consuming technique of becoming one with the sword. This was really too surprising. Although the two were surprised, they still hurried to catch up. The other party was carrying someone on his back, and his cultivation was far below theirs. He definitely could not escape. Hundreds of feet behind them, there were a few low-level supreme martial artists who were desperately trying to catch up. Everyone's face was full of anger, and their eyes were full of shame and indignation. This was too much. This was simply too much. Such deceit, such scheming, such that he would not be able to rest in peace if he did not kill him. Another fifth-grade supreme martial artist raised his hand and was about to launch an attack. However, he was stopped by another person who was speeding ahead. Wait, you can't use that kind of technique. I used it just now, but I was shocked by his sword chi. Now, my internal organs are injured. If you get injured again, I'm afraid these people will really escape today. The fifth-grade supreme martial artist thought for a while and put down his hand. The next moment, he stomped his foot and lifted the ground with one hand. A rumbling sound was heard, and the ground within a radius of several thousand feet was lifted up. It was as if the clouds in the sky were overturned one by one. Then, he clapped his palms, and the entire piece of land flew up from the ground. Then, it violently smashed down towards Chu Yang and the other two who were running. Fuck! Rue Budhong exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This was the first time the three of them had fought with a supreme-level expert. This time, they had truly tasted the might of a supreme-level expert. The ground was lifted up and smashed over. With a roll, he had traveled more than a dozen miles away. Then, another dozen miles of distance was within the range of the impact. The three of them could only feel the ground shaking and trembling. Above their heads, everything was dark. Don't worry about this. Just run forward. When we reach Eagle Beak Cliff, we'll act according to the original plan. Chu Yang roared in a low voice. He carried Han Xiaoran on his back and flew close to the ground. On his back, Han Xiaoran said anxiously, "Little brother, put us down. We still have a chance of survival. If you carry us on your back, I'm afraid we're all finished." "Shut up," Chu Yang shouted angrily. "If you want to put us down, why did we come?" Han Xiaoran heaved a long sigh. Chu Yang was right. If they could put us down, why did they come to save us? Wouldn't it be fine to leave us to our own devices? But the current situation was really not optimistic. Although they had already killed most of the opponents, there were still two first-grade supreme martial artists left, two second-grade supreme martial artists, one third-grade supreme martial artist, and two fifth-grade supreme martial artists. Such strength made Han Xiaoran's scalp tingle at the thought of it. With the cultivation of Chu Yang and the rest, how could they escape with the three of them under the siege of so many experts? The ground that had been lifted up above their heads was about to fall back down. Behind them, 7 to 8 figures flew over like they were riding on clouds. They had already reached the top of this large piece of land. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and shouted, "Target, Eagle Beak Cliff. Full speed ahead. At all costs. This voice was so loud that it was practically deafening. It was obviously hysterical. The people from both sides could hear it clearly. Chapter 1168. After Chu Yang finished speaking loudly, he immediately sent a message to Rui Budong and Dong Wushang via telepathy. Then, the ground above their heads finally came crashing down. The moment it came crashing down, the three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Then, they abruptly fell backward. With a kick of their feet, the sword light flashed. Chu Yang, who was in front, actually leaped backward. With a slight sound, Chu Yang had already escaped. He had grasped the timing very well. The moment they came back, there was a whooshing sound above their heads. The supreme martial artists had flown over. Rui Budong and Dong Wushang followed them out like lightning. Chu Yang didn't hesitate either. With a whirl of the sword tip, he drilled out another hole in the ground several feet away from the hole that he had drilled out of. Then, he drilled back in the direction that he had originally gone. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong understood and followed closely behind him. As soon as they came in, the ground that had spun up quickly fell back down, blocking the gap tightly. The three of them held their breaths and used the most ingenious method to make the ground solid. Then, they rushed forward. Although their speed was many times slower, they didn't make any sound at all. There was a loud bang from above, and the whole wasteland shook. The huge piece of ground hit the ground, and the surrounding grass was actually shaken to the point that even their roots were lifted off the ground. The people above flew past, but suddenly realized that they couldn't see where the enemy was. One of them shouted, "We've been tricked." They said they were going forward, but in fact, they were going backward. Then, the crowd hurried back to check in anger, only to see that at the root of the ground, there was actually a big hole made by swordlight. At once, everyone was mad with anger. "Junior, they've gone too far." One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists stomped his feet fiercely. After them, the crowd rushed back the way they came. However, after chasing for 10,000 feet, they still didn't find anything. Finally, someone asked, could they have stayed where they were? Smack. The person who said this was slapped hard. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? That person covered his face, extremely aggrieved. Didn't I just think of it? But the crowd had already turned around again and chased back the way they came. When he reached the original location, he still didn't find anything. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist was so angry that even his hair was about to stand up. He said furiously, "Even if we have to turn the earth upside down, we must find them." There was no way they could leave. "Turn it over inch by inch." One of them said, "Divine sense detection." The two fifth-grade supreme martial artists were infuriated at the same time. If probing with divine senses is useful, do we still need you to tell us? Although they were angry, they were also very confused. The other party's cultivation was clearly inferior to his. But how could it hide from the probing of his divine sense? But they didn't know that Chu Yang, who was underground, was spreading out his divine sense with all his might and enveloping all of them within it. After his divine sense devoured the divine soul of the first-generation Calamity Sword Master, he was now #1 in the world. Even Ning Tianya. They might not be as strong as his divine sense, so it would be easy for them to hide from the people above. Will we just hide here? Once they leave, we will be safe? Rui Budong said whimsically. You must be dreaming. Dong Wushang said bluntly. They will find us sooner or later. Chu Yang insipidly said. His eyes revealed a cold and sharp divine light as he said in a deep voice, listen. When they find us, it will be the most dangerous moment, and our chance will be the moment they find us. At that time, Wushang, you must hold off the two first-grade supreme martial artists for a breath's time. Budong, the original plan to cover the retreat will not change. I will do my best to fight my way out and reach Eagle Beak Cliff. Everything will go according to the original plan. Chu Yang said in a low voice. Being in a desperate situation, his eyes were calm. However, he was calm and confident like never before. You have to believe that we can survive. Rui Budong cried out in surprise. Boss, so your plan has already predicted what happened before? That's why you specially prepared for it. No. My original plan was that if my disguise didn't work and I couldn't deceive the enemy when I snatched it by force. However, since it didn't work at that stage, then it will be used at this stage. If it still doesn't work at this stage, then it will be used at the next stage. The plan remains unchanged. Chu Yang said indifferently. Now, they have started to move. Before he finished speaking, the ground started to shake violently. Fifth-grade supreme martial artists lifted up the ground piece by piece, and then the surrounding people worked together to break the ground. Such an action was spreading towards them. As the ground shook, Chu Yang said calmly, Brother Sha, Brother Qin, Brother Han, the three of you must also be mentally prepared. Although we have reached this stage, but we may not be able to protect all of you. Once you fall into the enemy's hands, immediately surrender and save your lives, so that we can save all of you in the next time. Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan all shook their heads lightly. Han Xiaoran said, Brother, we are already very satisfied that you can come today. All our efforts are not in vain. We have already lost confidence in law enforcement officers and this world. Even the Dharma Supreme, whose name is known throughout the world, can do this. What can we do if we live? We might as well die. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as we live, there will be a chance. Chu Yang said calmly, Now is not the time to argue. You just have to remember to live. This is my only request to all of you. If you fall into the enemy's hands, even if it means death, you must hold on. At this point, the ground suddenly shook. Then, everyone felt that they were in midair. The piece of land that they were on had already been lifted up by the fifth-grade supreme martial artist with all his strength. The people who were left in the soil were all lifted up high into the air. Then, the whistling force from all directions rushed towards them. After breaking more than 20 pieces of land, the supreme martial artists were a little numb. Some even thought that the enemy might have already escaped, and they were just doing useless work now. Although they didn't dare to say this out loud, some of them had such thoughts. But there were definitely many of them. The force from all directions gathered. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist had already used his right hand to lift up another piece of land next to him. Obviously, he had already given up hope that the piece of land that he had just lifted up didn't have any abnormalities when it was lifted up. At this moment, with a boom, sword aura swept across the heaven and earth. At this moment, 3 silhouettes shot out from a lump of dirt like an explosion and spread out in 3 different directions. There was actually a flash of red light. Rue Butong disappeared immediately. A 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist reacted the fastest. With a move of their bodies, they were already in front of them. They had just reached their positions. Chu Yang was already coming towards them. Right in front of them, a ball of sword light suddenly exploded with a kind of magnificent aura. As if the blue sky had cracked open, it shot straight towards them. Iron walls and bronze walls, the battle never ends. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? These 2 moves had already finished accumulating power at the moment of explosion. With the release of the last move, don't retract the blade to slay the whole world. It was already out of the scope of the Calamity Sword technique. Whether it was the aura or the feeling, it was no longer the Calamity Sword technique. But its power didn't weaken at all. Moreover, Chu Yang faintly felt that when he released the sword move like this, the Heaven Divine technique in his body seemed to have suddenly throbbed a little and jumped suddenly. After this jump, the sword aura, it actually increased by 1-fold. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Heaven Divine technique could undergo some changes? Or that there were other functions that he hadn't discovered yet? But he didn't have time to think. He had already rushed over with his sword. At the same time that the sword light exploded in the most violent manner, the essence energy in Chu Yang's body suddenly reversed. Opposite him was a 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. Both of them had long swords in their hands, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a wave of the sword light, 2 heavy sword mountains came crashing down crazily. With a crazy explosion, Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out diagonally. The speed was actually 3 times faster than when he became one with his sword. The two supreme martial artists swayed and retreated at the same time. Their faces flushed red, and they were both very surprised. The other party's move was fierce and overbearing. Both of them felt that they were shaken, especially the fifth-grade supreme martial artist whose internal organs had already been shaken. He even tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully swallowed it back, but his internal organs were already in turmoil. Both of their long swords had hundreds of nicks in the moment of contact just now. The other party's sword move was fierce and overbearing, and the sharpness of the long sword was beyond their expectations. But what was most unexpected was that after such a sword move, the other party was actually able to immediately turn it into gentle force. In the moment of contact just now, he actually turned their force into his own main force and borrowed the force to fly diagonally out of trouble. Such a reversal of vital energy could definitely cause an expert to go mad on the spot. But the other party actually acted as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Dong Wushang slashed out crazily with his black saber. With his own strength, he blocked a first-grade supreme martial artist and a second-grade supreme martial artist. Although he was beaten up the moment they came into contact, he relied on a rare and fierce, overbearing force to not retreat a single step. He blocked the two supreme martial artists from going over to help them. A breath's time. Sure enough, it was only a breath's time. Chu Yang carried Han Xiaoran on his back and came over like a gust of wind. His original speed was already extremely fast, and with the push of a fifth-grade supreme martial artist and a third-grade supreme martial artist, his whole body was already blurry. With a clang, his long sword cut the sword of a first-grade supreme martial artist into two. That supreme martial artist was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Yang didn't care about him at all. He grabbed Dong Wushang's collar, and in the next moment, that strong force really came into play. They were already at the foot of the Eagle Beak Cliff. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang crashed into it without hesitation. Immediately, a red light flashed, and that kind of hot aura that belonged to Rue Batong was immediately withdrawn. The whole mountain collapsed in the next moment. Behind the Eagle Beak Cliff was a bottomless cliff. Chu Yang carried Han Xiaoran on his back, and Dong Wushang carried Sha Xinliang on his back. Both of them rushed out at the same time and fell down along with the rolling stones. Immediately, a figure was thrown down. It was Qin Baoshan who was thrown down by Rue Batong. Rolling stones fell down. Chu Yang grabbed Qin Baoshan and then disappeared in the midst of the flying stones. I recommend a novel about special techniques and superpowers in the city, Abandoned Genius, book number 249-4617. Brothers and sisters who like urban novels can read it and add it to your collection. Today, I bought a keyboard from Taobao. Within 5 minutes, someone called me kissed 20 to 30 times. I was almost kissed to death. Next, I'll kiss you guys too. Chapter 1169. The few supreme martial artists were furious and chased after them at full speed. In their minds, no matter what, these guys couldn't escape, especially in such a dangerous place. But no one thought that the other party would actually make use of the most impossible-to-use cliff. Generally speaking, at the level of supreme martial artists, a cliff was nothing. They could lift it up with just a stretch of their hand. Therefore, making use of a cliff to escape was just a joke to the high-level martial artists of the heaven-level continent. Seeing Chu Yang and the others fall down the cliff, although the few supreme martial artists were furious, it was because of the endless tricks and schemes of the other party. They definitely wouldn't be angry because of their escape. If they continued to chase, even if they went down the cliff and went deep into the ground, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. A red light flashed, and a burst of hot air was suddenly emitted. A young man with red light all over his body suddenly appeared. It was Rue Batong. Elder Rue punched and kicked, and the whole mountain almost flew up. Then, he tangled with these supreme martial artists without any regard for his life. Leaving the job of covering the retreat to Rue Batong, who was really not afraid of death, was definitely making the best use of people and resources. With a bang, Rue Batong exchanged a punch with a first-grade supreme martial artist. This so-called exchange was a real exchange. You punch me, and I'll punch you back. This guy was a little shorter. When the other party punched him hard in the chest, his punch landed solidly on the other party's crotch. A sound like an egg being crushed rang out. Ah, ah, Rue Badong screamed and was sent flying, but he tangled with another supreme martial artist. The supreme martial artist who was punched in the crotch directly opened his mouth, and his rosy face turned purple. Then, he curled up like a prawn, hissing and sucking in cold air. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he screamed, "Ah, my balls!" Even in such a furious pursuit of the enemy, and in a situation where both of them were injured, the supreme martial artist still almost couldn't help but laugh. Damn it! This howl was simply too creative. On the other side, Rue Badong had already exchanged a few punches and kicks with others. Covered in injuries, he stumbled in front of two fifth-grade supreme martial artists. He was already powerless, and most of the bones in his body were broken. However, he forced himself not to retreat. The eyes of the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists were solemn and respectful. It could be seen that the skinny man in front of him was going all out in order to cover his companion's escape. Do you want to die? For such a loyal and righteous person, it didn't matter if they were friend or foe. They were all worthy of respect. What's your name? Why do you have to risk your life like this? One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists narrowed his eyes. You know very well that they won't be able to escape, he asked calmly. Rue Batong spat out a mouthful of blood. There were also a few pieces of internal organs that could be clearly identified. He coughed and laughed bitterly. Gasping for breath, he said, I have never changed my name nor my surname. The Luo Kadi you want to capture is me. Everyone was stunned. Wolfblade was a pervert? Pig heart and dog lungs? Luo Kadi? Since when did the law enforcement officers want to catch such a person? Moreover, this person had such a deep grudge. Rue Batong coughed and spat out blood. He said hatefully, You don't remember? Humph. After today, I will make sure you remember that I, Wolf Sword, am a lowly man with a pig heart and dog lungs, Luo Kudi. Rue Batong swayed. He snorted. Of course I know they can't escape, but I still have to block them. Even if it's because of me that they can only catch a breath, I still have to block them. Block you. Good man. The two fifth-grade supreme martial artists praised him, their eyes full of pity. This person's nickname wasn't elegant, but he was indeed a good man. Rue Batong swayed and laughed bitterly. Blood came out of his mouth. Haha. Come on, if you want to catch them, just step over my dead body. I, Luo Kadi, can die without regrets. Then, he swayed and pounced over, shouting fiercely, Kill me. Don't let me live to see my friends get caught by you. One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists closed his eyes. He sighed deeply. All right, I'll send you on your way personally. He waved his hand. Rue Budong's body was like a rag, thrown out by his palm. He fell onto the stone wall and slid down softly, all the bones in his body broken. But he still smiled and said hoarsely, Brother, we'll meet soon. I can't. Then, he stopped breathing. The few supreme martial artists all felt their hearts become heavy. Such a good man. Sigh. Really? What a pity. That supreme martial artist whose balls were broken by Rue Batong covered his crotch, bent over, and gritted his teeth as he walked over. He pulled out his long sword and chopped down hard. I'll chop you. Before the long sword could land, it was sent flying with a smack. Then, he was slapped in the face. Such a good man is already dead. You still want to harm his body? That fifth-grade supreme martial artist's eyes were filled with tears. He shouted angrily, Are you still a martial artist? How dare you call yourself a martial artist? Then, he looked at Rue Budong's body and sighed. Bury him properly. Such a good man shouldn't be left in the wilderness. Then, with a flip of his palm, a large piece of gravel was cleared away, revealing a flat ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a hole appeared on the ground. He rolled up Rue Budong's body and gently placed him in the hole. Then, with another wave of his sleeve, a large pile of gravel flew over and piled on top. In an instant, a tombstone rose. Using his fingers as a knife, he wrote, Wolf Sword Bastard, pig's heart and dog's lungs, tomb of Luo Kadi. After a moment of disappointment, he sighed. My nickname doesn't match my personality at all. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The rest of the supreme martial artists followed suit and leaped down the bottomless cliff. The other fifth-grade supreme martial artist had been watching from the highest point all this time, paying attention to the movements below and around. He didn't find anything unusual, so the enemy must still be below. In fact, the two supreme martial artists were very certain. If we let you go, can you escape? Where's this place? 1,000-mile plain. Where can you run to? The group of supreme martial artists jumped down the cliff like a whirlwind. At the bottom of the cliff, gravel was everywhere, a mess. But for the supreme martial artists, this wasn't a difficult task at all. Two of them just had to move, and they cleared it out. Dig 3,000 feet? I want you to dig him out. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist said fiercely. All the supreme beings revealed excited looks on their faces, looking for a big living person in such a range. All the supreme martial artists had the pleasure of a cat catching a rat, because, for them, this wasn't a difficult task at all. With a whoosh, a large piece of the ground had been lifted up. Everyone smashed it into pieces with a palm each. Then, someone took away the powder, followed by another piece. From beginning to end, a fifth-grade supreme martial artist stood on the highest point, closely monitoring the surroundings. But 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Everything was searched, but still, nothing was found. Gradually, everyone became a little bewildered. Did he run away? Right at this moment, someone shouted, "Something's not right here." That third-grade supreme martial artist perked up and lifted up a piece of the ground, only to see a round hole underneath. The soil at the hole was very fresh. Obviously, it was made in these 2 days. In some places, powder was still rustling down. It's here. Found him. Everyone perked up. Looks like this bunch of guys was quite scheming. They decided to make a move here in advance and actually dug out such a secret passage in advance. It was a pity that no matter how cunning a fox was, it couldn't beat a hunter. In the end, they were still found. Don't move. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist walked over and looked at the dark hole. He said, "You can't go in, or dig up the ground. I want to slowly dig them out." A knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. By doing this, it was indeed as if they were waiting for death. Torture them to the point of collapse. As pieces of the ground were dug up, everyone's mood became more and more brutal and excited, as if they could already see the depression and sorrow of that person being dug out after being hidden thousands of feet underground. And the current situation was, they couldn't move. Layer by layer, the passage was twisted and turned, getting deeper and deeper. Everyone was also somewhat impressed. Damn it, looking at this guy's actions, was he going to dig for 3 days straight? When they dug down 8,000 feet, they found a scabbard. Everyone picked it up and took a look. The scabbard was very clean, obviously left here just now. Everyone was even more energetic. They continued to dig down. But after digging down thousands of feet, splashing sounds could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them? It was actually an underground river. It was connected in all directions, and there were many forks. The water surged, taking away all the smells. They couldn't tell where the enemy was at all. It was very obvious that the enemy had left from here. Bastard! That fifth-grade supreme martial artist roared, so angry that all the hair on his head stood up. After spending so much effort, the 7 supreme martial artists worked for an entire night, only to see such an ending. How could they not be furious? Everyone looked at this quietly flowing underground river, and in an instant, their minds went blank. No one expected that the enemy would use such a method to leave this place. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times taller. Once they left, they would probably disappear forever. Trying to catch them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And those hostages, other than those who were suppressed and killed on the spot, the 3 most important people had already been rescued. Although they were all poisoned, Chu Yang was known as the best doctor in the world. Who knew if he couldn't cure them? Looking up, it was as if they were already standing in a huge grave, a grave that they had dug themselves. Let's go. The voice of another fifth-grade supreme martial artist came from above. Everyone was silent, unwilling, and indignant. But what could they do? Staying here was just a joke. A light breeze blew. It was already dawn. The 7 supreme martial artists finally left. After a long time, not far from where Rue Batong was buried, a voice moaned. Chapter 1170. Then, he looked around like a sneaky tortoise. Then, he laughed. It seems that everything is fine now. Chu Yang's face was covered in dirt. Then, he smiled and said, It seems that everything is fine now. Behind him, Dong Wushang said in a low voice, Boss's plan is really brilliant. How did you know that they would only search the bottom of the cliff? Chu Yang snorted and said, Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Dong Wushang laughed and didn't ask anymore. His character was like this. He wouldn't think about things that he couldn't figure out, especially good things. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Anyway, someone wanted to last night. The 3 of them came here and spent a lot of effort to open up a passage to and from the mountain. Then, they dug a hole at the bottom of the cliff. First, the sword spirit confirmed the location of the underground river. Then, the 3 of them worked together until this afternoon. After resting for a while, it was time for the operation at night. However, the actual hiding place was here. Everyone saw them jumping off the cliff when the mountain collapsed. In fact, they were hooking onto the cliff and going back. And the mountain also collapsed at that time, leaving no trace behind. And the passage to the underground river was there. Everyone would only suspect that they had disappeared without a trace. They would never think that they were still here, and on top of the cliff. Everyone was working hard at the bottom of the cliff. Even if they were supreme martial artists, what could they find? The poison of Han Xiaoran and the other 2 was still very troublesome. If Chu Yang wanted to cure them, he had to use the full version of the heavy pill. However, their poison was a great supplement for Chu Luer. Yes, not only this kind of poison, in fact, any poison in the world was a great supplement for Chu Luer. So, after Chu Yang used the spiritual spring water to suppress the poison, he wanted them to go back to the Chu clan. But the 3 of them would be too big of a target if they walked together for such a long distance. They probably wouldn't be able to walk more than a few hundred miles before they were caught again. But if they followed him all the way to the northwest, it would be even more dangerous. Chu Yang thought for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. Dong Wushang said, Why don't Batong and I escort them back to the Chu clan first and then come out to look for you? In this way, although you're alone, you won't have anything to worry about. You can adapt to the situation and deal with it. On our side, we can also take care of everything. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, All right. However, even if you were to escort him back, he would still need to undergo an extremely elaborate disguise. Right. Where's Butong? I'm here, a weak voice said. Then, a human head wriggled out from under a pile of rocks not far away. Rue Butong crawled out with his face covered in dust. He said, The harvest this time is really big. 2nd-grade martial artist. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He said, Why don't you lie down and not move? Wu Shang and I will beat you to death 1,000 times today. Wouldn't your strength surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries then? Then we won't be afraid of anything. Rue Batong said angrily, What's the difference between that and me committing suicide? Suicide is the same as death. Dong Wushang clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Rue Batong said angrily, If this kind of heavenly nirvana could really be used in this way, every phoenix would have long become the most tyrannical existence in the universe. Haven't you thought of this? Then why? Chu Yang asked, Is there a restriction? Of course there's a restriction. Rue Batong rolled his eyes and said, You won't understand even if I explain it to you. In short, it's death and hatred caused by external forces that can't be resisted. Even if one can be reborn from nirvana, that kind of fear before death is completely real. You don't know that kind of feeling. It's too devastating. Chu Yang let out an "oh." Although he still didn't quite understand, he already vaguely understood. It seemed that this kind of thing, if it was an accident, was completely irresistible. And there were also many other factors. Every time I'm beaten to death, Rue Batong said bitterly, I have to adjust my emotions for half a day. You only see the improvement of my cultivation. How would you know my suffering? Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were speechless. Even if this guy knew that he had suffered a lot, he still wanted to beat him up now. He left sneakily. From the beginning to the end, Rue Budong's body blocked Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's line of sight, not letting them see what was written on the tombstone. Cough, cough. Master Rue was very curious now. When Luo Kadi comes up and sees this tomb, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. At the thought of this, Rue Butong felt that it was worth it for him to suffer a little. He smiled crookedly. That night, they found a small village to stay in. Then, Chu Yang used his skillful hands to meticulously change the appearances of the other people. It was a complete change. During this time, Sha Xinliang even asked a question in a daze, which caused the other 5 people to roll their eyes at him, and he was almost beaten up by Han Shaoran. Chu Yang, you're not an extraterrestrial demon, are you? The next day, Rue Budong, Dong Wushang, Han Shaoran, and the others swaggered into Yi province. They displayed the arrogance of the nouveau riche and bought a large batch of urgently needed goods in the southeast region. They directly hired 2 large carriages and many blood payers as guards to escort the carriages towards the southeast region. And Chu Yang, alone with only a sword, headed towards the northwest region. While the whole continent was in an uproar, Minister Chu held his sword and didn't move. He looked around coldly and confidently. He walked all the way without leaving a single cloud behind. The whole southeast region was turned upside down. The Chu clan became the target of public criticism in an instant. The newly arrived law enforcement hall first stopped all the transactions with the Chu clan, then cut off the supply of goods and cut off all cooperation with the Chu clan. Then, they joined forces with the Southeast Shao clan to attack the Chu clan. If it was in the past, the Chu clan might really be in a mess. But now, Old Master Chu Xiongqing's attitude was extremely tough. He would beat up whoever came. The law enforcement hall was furious, so was the Shao clan. They finally mobilized all the forces of the southeast region to besiege the Chu clan. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang's grandfather, Old Master Yang Bao, gave up his clan's foundation and brought his family to the flat mountain ridge to advance and retreat together with the in-laws. It seemed that they couldn't advance and retreat together. The purple crystal mine of the Yang clan had been coveted by the law enforcement officers for a long time. This time, they finally couldn't delay it any longer. Although Yang Bao had a fiery temper, he knew the severity of the matter. He simply gave up his foundation and rushed to the flat mountain ridge overnight. It was better for the 2 clans to join forces than to fight alone. Even if they were to die, it didn't matter where they died. All the people of the southeast region gathered here, and the Chu clan also started to make a big move. They included half of the flat mountain ridge into their own territory. Then, they settled the people in the areas outside the flat mountain ridge. The people also knew that there was going to be a big battle here. They would only be unlucky if they stayed here. Not only did they not resist the arrangement of the Chu clan, they were also very happy. After all, they had left the place of trouble. In just a few days, there were already thousands of people of the southeast region gathered here. Then, people came from all directions. The number of people increased by hundreds and thousands every day. The situation was getting more and more serious. Many people went to the Chu clan's door to show off their strength and spoke rudely. But they saw the tightly shut door of the Chu clan open. A beautiful little girl walked out. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She waved her hand and closed the door with a bang. The crowd made a scene, but they didn't dare to break in. They went back resentfully. But after they went back, everyone who went there today had a strange illness. Their whole bodies were itchy, and unbearable. They didn't feel any pain when they scratched themselves with a big knife. They only felt itchy. They scratched until they bled and even broke a piece of their own bone, but they still felt itchy. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In just a day, these people were tortured to the point where they wished they were dead. At this time, another piece of news came out. Another group of people who went to the Chu clan to scold them also got this strange illness. Currently, everyone was thinking of ways to scratch themselves. And no matter where they went, As long as someone came into contact with them for half a day, they would be infected with this illness. 3 days later, there were already 4,000 to 5,000 people of the pugilistic world who had this strange itchy illness. At this time, the door of the Chu clan opened. A table was set up to sell a kind of strange rake. It was made from thin bamboo slices, and a single piece of bamboo could be used to make hundreds of them. But this kind of strange rake had an advantage. It stopped itching. Wherever it was itchy, it could be temporarily stopped by scratching with this rake. This effect could stop the itch for the time it took to burn an incense stick. But after that, it would need to be scratched again. It was said that this rake was specially made by Chu Lu-er, the eldest daughter of the Chu clan, out of pity for these people who had this strange illness. And the price was not expensive. Each rake was only sold for 10 purple crystals. To be honest, the price of 1 purple crystal was enough to buy 100 miles of bamboo forest. 10 purple crystals was enough to buy the entire bamboo forest of the flat mountain ridge, and there would still be leftovers. Now, such a thin piece of bamboo was actually sold for 10 purple crystals. It was simply a sky-high price. But compared to that kind of discomfort, 10 purple crystals, it really wasn't that expensive. At first, everyone did not believe it and did not buy it. But the itch got worse and worse. Finally, someone threw down 10 purple crystals and tried it. Sure enough, it did not itch anymore. This was incredible. The people of the Tian clan flocked to the Chu clan. Instantly, the front of the Chu clan was filled with people. These pugilistic world people who originally came to find trouble with the Chu clan had all become people who gave money to the Chu clan. There were also people who wanted to snatch by force. The Chu clan did not stop them from doing so, but after those people got hold of the rakes, they scratched themselves. Immediately, large patches of skin and flesh started to fester. Then, they festered into a skeleton. Then, the skeleton was blown by the wind and scattered into powder. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Buy it. It was said that this kind of strange rake was named Itchy Scratch by the compassionate Chu Lu-er of the Chu clan. There was a poem that said, "Itchy scratch, scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch. The more you scratch, the more itchy you scratch. Itchy scratch itch, scratch itch itch. It has been half a month, and my left eyelid has been twitching. It's making me anxious. I went for a checkup today. It's eyelid tremor. It's a problem with the eye nerves. It's caused by staying up late for a long time and looking at the computer. The doctor said it's not a big problem. As long as I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, I'll be fine after a few weeks. But with my job, how can I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, let alone for a few weeks?" Sigh, you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.